Hello, 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 and welcome back. Once again, playing some Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader, a new game that just recently released. Um, for whatever reason, by the way, the achievements only seem to recognize themselves, I guess, when you load into a game for whatever reason. Uh, then some of the things like the achievements seem a little bugged anyway because I got an achievement that said that I've been on in every place in the Coronis expanse, and I certainly have not done that. Right, but without further ado, as the one of the achievements that popped up that we have actually earned, we did defeat a demon last time in the sewers beneath Ricari Minor, and then we were left once again confused about the puzzle of this wall safe, and I am not ashamed to admit that I did look up some help from the ever reliable the internet. So what we had to do was I figured a part of it, right. So we put power in there from here. We did the vent we did use that there, and then we used this, and then the next thing that we had to do was specifically to go and power up this uh, logic computer, I guess, is uh, what they called it. And then last thing, you had to go do this particular sort of vent and use that for it to become available. So I was on the right tracks and I had it mostly down pat, but I was just like utterly confused because it kept telling me that you needed to not like I figured that because it says I don't remember what exactly it was that it said here, but like I was confused because it said uh to undo something, right? Like let's actually look at this, right? So it says check that the dampener is latched, right? And it whenever you hovered over this, it said like uh, what's it called? Like unlatch the dampener, and I was like, well, then I just okay. So it's a trick question, right? Like I don't actually need to touch that at all. But no, apparently that was not the case. Regardless, we shall now attempt to unlock the safe with logic.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Wonderful. And we find a hand flamer and a stub carbine. That was, I'll be honest, not at all worth it. All that trouble, that it was definitely not worth it. We have a bunch of grenades. You're okay with grenades. You have a frag grenade. All right, right. And with that, hold a moment. Pascal, you sneaky bugger, you can actually use a bolter. You are actually capable of using a bolter. I had not at all realized that, so, wait, what? That? Dodge... Oh, that's dodge reduction. Okay. Of course, with the plus 30. Okay. We could put a sniper rifle in there. No, I think we're just gonna give... I think we're gonna give him the bolter. Seems entirely reasonable. Right. Well, the governor didn't say anything about wanting the commander's cloak back. Cassia, we're gonna give that to her because she is an officer after all. Give that over, and then we have the rogue trader's cloak, which grants fellowship for each enemy in 2 spell radius. Who does not have a cloak at the moment? So we have Argenta. Argenta is the only one who does not have a cloak, so we shall give a cloak to Argenta. Whatever, like her fellowship isn't exactly the most useful thing, but alas, maybe we'll find a better usage. But with that having been said, I believe we have pretty much We have,
I always keep my options open.
I believe we have pretty much cleared everything that there was to clear on Minoris, aside from going to the what's it called, the Shinobi, the basically what the it's the like it's the hydro dam. I imagine that that's what it is. Um, but yeah, the Adeptus Mechanicus shrine on this world, where we'll hopefully find some answers about the inquisitorial agent, as well as the what's it call it, Corpus Valencia. What is this? Oh, the Corpus Valencia is okay. So this is just the encyclopedia. Okay. Budget management, cargo manager. No. Um, just character. Nope. Okay. So we will make
Always
our.
keep your eye on the price.
Is there a way for me to? There's no like. I don't think I'm missing it. Is there a? Oh, this goes to settings. There's not like a fast travel option, unfortunately. I don't think. Have to go back to the command center, and from the command center, I think we could get back to our shuttle and thus back to our ship. And as I said, I don't think, like, we were very thorough in our investigations of all the areas, so I believe we are done. We'll just check. I
Let
think
us not dawdle.
we are done here. So into the command center, and then from there, we are gonna go back to the ship because we have some injuries. We have more than a few injuries accumulated over the course of all of that combat, and some mishaps by just walking into gouts of steam, and then apparently not being fast enough with the medikits. So yeah,
Keep your wits
we shall
about you.
return to the void ship is what we shall do. And after that, we have a couple of people who have actual traumas. So the real question is, do the traumas just instantly go away as you go to the spaceship, or like do they why is this a point of interest? Oh, okay. No, never mind. Okay. So there, yeah. Never mind. I was like, points of interest. Right. Would we also know that there was a strange ship that went to Reichad Majoris, which is, as far like from what I've heard, it is Dead World. So we'll have to investigate that. But I think, actually, before we do this, I think we want to go to the bridge and have a conversation with our newest companion, the Magus Pascal Hanneman. Hanneman? Anything new for you, Abelard?
Captain.
Nope.
Lord Captain.
Nothing new for you. Voxmaster Victus. Have the Vox Spirit brought you anything of interest lately? Nothing. Alright. Fair enough. I wonder. There's Cassia, there's Uwe, the Helmsman. Where would Pascal be? Oh, he's all the way in the back. Alright. Let us go and talk to Pascal. We want to learn a little bit more about him. Where is Pascal? There you are. Oh, you've got your own little.
Beyond Messiah knows all, comprehends all.
Pascal, shrouded in his crimson robe, greets you with a soft voice synthesized by the Vox system. Mechadendrites growing out of the tech priest's back swivel in your direction, as if examining you with curiosity. Do you know anything about malfunctioning servitors on the ship?
Information about the incidents has been detected in the catalog. The incidents have been acknowledged as insignificant. A technical inquiry has established that the most statistically likely cause of the errors was a transgression of sacrilegious negligence during the lobotomizing rite. This disgraceful act of malfeasance has allowed shadows of the servitor's thoughts and recollections to survive in the depths of his mind, which ought to be dedicated to service alone. As a ship's engine seer, I accept the results of the technical inquiry. As a learned servant of the Omnissiah, I question its findings. The patterns of the malfunctions form a more complex picture than can be discerned by those of lower ranks. For this reason, instructions have been issued across the ship to report any new incidents to me personally.
Interesting. Fair enough. I have some questions about your visit to Right Head Minoris.
The request is approved. I am ready to provide the necessary information.
What brought you to Right Head Minoris?
I came heeding the call of my mentor, the blessed Archmagus Amonat. We were supposed to meet on Rycat Minoris and discuss my mission.
The people who wanted to kill you at the port weren't renegades. It was just a cover.
Thank you. Information acknowledged. I will analyze it and take additional security measures.
What do you think of this Abel Haneumann?
I propose that it was the blessed Amonat who assumed this name. This name is assigned to me. His presence in the hands of heretics is categorically unacceptable. The canon of technological security commands that every effort be made to rescue a high-ranking bearer of knowledge.
Fair enough. That'll be all for now.
Acknowledged.
I want to know more about your past.
The request is approved. I have no outright restrictions on disclosing this information.
Where are you from?
Information about my origins is worthless. I belong to the priesthood of explorators and came to the Coronis Expanse over 200 years ago. Any events preceding that moment are insignificant.
200 years in the Coronis Expanse. That's a long time. How did you end up in the Coronis Expanse?
I was honored to become a member of the Explorator Cognizance Fleet. When the Adeptus Mechanicus summoned the faithful for an exploratory venture into the depths of the Coronis Expanse, I joined the fleet in fulfillment of my sacred vows of comprehension.
Why are you not with the fleet then?
Archmagus Amonat, my blessed mentor, commanded me to crew the orbital station Alter Templum Calixis EXT-17. This venerable temple station was founded in the early years of our expansion into the Coronis Expanse. It is currently a rear observation post of the Cognizance fleet in orbit around the star Furibundus.
Right. Who are the explorators?
The sacred fraternity of explorers. The cult Mechanica sends us out to the frontiers of the known sectors as researchers and conquerors. We are the warriors of the code, who return to the lost worlds and devote themselves to recovering the lost ancient knowledge.
Yep.
Explorators are granted the privilege of being more independent than many of our tech comrades. However, it has earned us a reputation as unstable and poorly controlled troublemakers whose unorthodox views are dangerously close to apostasy.
I mean, which is the exact reputation that, like, a rogue trader generally also has, is that they are poorly controlled troublemakers whose unorthodox views are dangerously close to apostasy a lot of the time. Poorly controlled mostly because of the fact that not a lot of people have control, like, have the authority to even try to control rogue traders. So yeah, the explorators and rogue traders share at least that in common. Tell me about your mechadendrites.
They are my younger brothers and guides on the way to the Omnissiah. Their machine spirits are directly bound to my neocortex and pick up impulses from my subconscious. Sometimes they act ahead of my thoughts. This is how the Omnissiah leads me to comprehension.
Hmm. Hmm. You know, when like a lot of the Adeptus Mechanicus like take the flesh is weak approach very seriously, and part of like that philosophy that flesh is weak and metal is not is the sort of like ties of familiarity and friendship like that is seen as a potential weakness at the very least, like camaraderie. Um, and so it's interesting to hear an anointed, like a fairly high ranking tech priest, like being a magus and all, a fairly high ranking tech priest call his mechadendrites his younger brothers. All right, we can stop there.
Acknowledged.
Tell me more about the Adeptus Mechanicus.
I am honored to belong to the priesthood of Mars, guided by its tenets. We safeguard technology against the impure and the unenlightened.
Why did you mention Mars?
That is where the cult of the Omnissiah originated, and where we were granted the first revelations. Many millennia ago, we made an alliance with the Emperor of Terra, and have served the Imperium ever since, paying a tribute of machinery, weapons, and void ships. Everything that bears the blessed seal of machinery comes from our hands, and it is we who make sure the operating rituals are performed as they were meant to. We are everywhere. We are the Mars-forged steel bars that give the Imperium strength.
And like as I mentioned before, like there are definitely like high worlds and other worlds that like manufacture things, but like the Adeptus Mechanicus is often like at least has a couple of like representatives there as a sort of high ranking in at least in the factory itself, to make sure that like things are working properly and all procedures are being followed correctly. And like there is a lot of truth to the fact that the Adeptus Mechanicus is one of the reasons that the Imperium still stands. Like uh, regardless of their very dogmatic and sort of um, uh, covetous, I guess, and sort of restrictive view on technological improvement and invention and like even technological knowledge and know-how, really like is more dogmatic religion based than you know what a mechanic would do in our world, right? But like they have also like they are sending out those expedition, like those explorator free fleets, and they are responsible for a lot of lost knowledge being found and reintroduced, like making the whole of the Imperium better in the process. What do you mean guarded? It's not buried treasure. It's not a secret.
It is both a treasure and a secret. Technology is how the divinity of the Omnissiah manifests itself in this world. This is why the uninitiated may only be allowed to touch the most vulgar and mundane of its instances. We, on the other hand, are authorized to use the sacred catechism of maintenance and operation. Although there is another reason to deny lay people the sacrament of knowledge, it can be dangerous. Twisted by renegades, the Omnissiah's wisdom is called heretic, and the exposure to it may corrupt the uninitiated. Another danger is knowledge strangely interpreted and inscrutably twisted by the minds of the Xenos. This bane is called Xenotech.
Sacred objects should be touched only by worthy hands.
This statement is true. What many consider chains on our way to comprehension is our armor, which we have inherited from our wisdom-blessed predecessors.
And he is like in that regard, he's very right, especially when it comes to heretics. Like I don't like Xenotech may be less so, obviously depending on the Xenos technology, because like there are definitely malignant like Xenos or alien technologies out there who will gladly attempt to like twist people's minds and all of that, and are just dangerous if handled improperly. But like heretic in particular, is a thing that even in the hands of like somebody who is well intentioned but doesn't understand or know what it does can very easily lead to catastrophic consequences. Like there is a thing which is called like scrap code, I believe. I'm not which is it like not only is it like actual like code that obfuscates things when it gets into like a system, but it is actually contains like demonic energies as well, and which means that not only does it obfuscate like people properly using like things like vehicles, it can in fact possess those vehicles and turn them against their users. So very dangerous things left unintended. Do you hold a high position in your fraternity?
This elective indicates that I am a Magos, who has mastered the sacraments of many spheres of knowledge, and has the right to conduct services in a forged cathedral.
So yeah, he is quite high rank, right? There's one step above him which is Archmagus, and then there's like after that there might only be like one rank above the station of Archmagus. So he is quite a high ranking member. What is the Omnissiah in your understanding?
He is the divine mechanism, the maker of technology. The universe was made to resemble a mechanical marvel because the Omnissiah rules over it. Knowledge is the highest form that he uses to manifest in the world. For now. Someday, he will come to this world in the absolute fullness of his splendor. The Adeptus Mechanicus worship the Emperor. He is the earthly manifestation of the Omnissiah, who brought humanity into the light of divine grace.
So yeah, that is pretty much like the sort of agreed upon reason as to why the Adeptus Mechanicus and their Omnissiah are like it's not considered heresy and thus needing to be eliminated and stamped out is because the Omnissiah to the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Omnissiah is the god and the Emperor is like it's a manifestation, right? Versus for the people for other people outside the cult Mechanicus, they are told that, and they see it the other way around, that the Emperor is the god of all mankind, and the Omnissiah is an aspect of the Emperor that the cult Mechanicus chooses to worship, that of the aspect of knowledge and technology and understanding. Because the Emperor is depicted in many different aspects all over the place. He has, for example, specifically an aspect in his aspect as a healer, like a medicine man sort of aspect, which is often depicted in like the med base, for example. There's often a devotional, like, sort of way of depicting it. So, what is behind the Adeptus Mechanicus' enthusiasm for replacing flesh with augmentations?
Organic tissue is an imperfect replica of the machine, transient and vulnerable. Metal is more stable, more effective, and more durable. Flesh speak is flawed next to binaric language. Meat begets weakness. It softens the mind and undermines discipline. But you can replace metal when it wears down. In addition, a machine is a supreme form of knowledge, and by assuming mechanical form, we become closer to the Omnissiah. However, like all things sacred, our augmentations must not be defiled by the eyes of the ignorant, which is why we reveal only the crudest of tools, while holier mechanisms remain concealed beneath our crimson robes.
I am curious to see your augmentations.
The right to witness the miracle of flesh being fused with holy metal is granted only to those who have ascended to the rank of initiate. However, your lofty status of rogue trader allows me to make a partial exception and reveal my sacred stigmata.
Pascal reverently parts the robe's scarlet folds on his chest. You see emaciated white meat gnawed through by metallic shunts and flexible wires. Blood runs through the transparent pipes, enriched with nutrients required by the pallid thread. Tech use test succeeded. The sight of a body transformed into appendage to an incredibly complex mechanism built using unfathomably ancient blueprints is mesmerizing. Every component of this machine serves the dual purpose of preserving life in Pascal's fragile flesh and preventing all threats to his well-being. The Omnissiah has been generous to you. His creation is keeping you safe from death.
The Omnissiah has been generous to you too. He has granted you understanding.
Pascal looks at you with respect. He seems surprised that you recognize the purpose of the augmentation. You have a... I feel that calling it a strange way of speaking is a bit... I mean, then again, he's of the Adeptus Mechanicus, so he shouldn't take this personally. You have a strange way of speaking. Is that because of the augmentation, or does your fate dictate how you should express yourself?
Partially true. I had a voice modulator implanted alongside the respiratory purification module, but there is an additional reason. Gothic is not my first language. I am used to thinking and making statements in lingua technis. The binaric language is more informative, more ergonomic, and less prone to misinterpretation.
Lingua technicus, cant mechanicus. Collection dialects used by the Adeptus and its tech priests can be used as a spoken language with audio bursts or as machine code with electrical signals. Yeah. So, and like this, like the lingua technis is, like a very, how would you call it? It's highly guarded secret, really, among the Adeptus Mechanicus from the rest of the Imperium. Like this is their holy, like it's not so, maybe it's not so considered a holy language in a way, but it is considered something that they're not going to be teaching to outsiders either. Not that and most outsiders don't have the necessary equipment to speak in Benharic or the lingua technis. I have no more questions.
Acknowledged.
I must take my leave.
May your labors be effective and fruitful.
Thank you. Yeah, very, very interesting. Surprisingly, the defective servitors isn't gone. Right. So we are There's Gleam of the Final Dawn, Electrodynamics and Nobium. That is definitely our right. Where? Right, there it is. High Factotum Generis Danra. Let's talk to him. And I am ready to look at the malfunctioning servitors. Yes, Pascal shall come with me. Right. Sector, data unavailable. Data unavailable. Von Valentia's flagship, lower deck. Report of a tech phenomenon that was observed during the Lord Captain's visit to Bay AKN 108, from the words of High Factor and Genesis. When his lordship arrived at the scene, he found the servitors in the same position that they assumed after they had been corralled into the bay, all standing in a long, spiraling line and facing the center of their strange formation. The moment his lordship crossed the threshold of the bay gate, their bodies jerked into motion, all as one, as if obeying a command. The servitors turned to face the Lord Captain. The technomats, tasked with overseeing the defective units, even reached for their weapons, but then the servitors went still just as abruptly, staring at his lordship with vacant eyes. All present held their breath, disturbed by this sight. We waited for the Lord Captain to speak. His lordship Alessis von Valentius gestured for his engineer prime to study the servitors. The engineer prime slowly waded into the motionless ranks of the servitors, peering into their faces, checking with readings. There was no haste in Pascal's actions. With mesmerizing diligence, he inspected every single unit in his path, and Benharic prayers were his companions in this image. The examination confirmed the Technomat's initial hypothesis. Servitors' souls, or rather the souls of the people they once were, had awakened. Not yet fully conscious of their past and present, these half-machines could nonetheless feel primitive emotions and sensations, such as fear and pain. This undesirable consequence of shoddily performed lobotomy is most rarely observed, and yet, for some unknown reason, it occurred in every single one of the servitors gathered in the bay. Demanded a report on the defective unit's status from the Technomat. Long-winded, detailed report could have been summarized in a. Despite the servitors' abnormal behavior, they were still quite capable of carrying out tasks, and therefore the circumstances did not call for their termination. All right. Then we shall take several steps towards the servitors. Immediately, the servitors, each and every one of them, stepped towards the Lord Captain in perfect unison. They mimicked his movements with frightening precision. The rogue trader halted in place, and after a moment's thought, waved his hand. And the servitors, just as synchronously, repeated that gesture as well. When the Lord Captain turned quizzically to the Technomat, so did the servitors, as if mocking. Whatever the Lord Captain did, be it an incline of the head, a wave of the hand, or a step to the side, the defective units repeated it without a moment's delay or hesitation, like grotesque marionettes controlled by an unseen puppeteer. We observed this mime unfold in distressed bafflement for nearly a minute until the servitors finally came to a stop. Not sensing any threat from them, the rogue trader approached with confidence. The Lord Captain examined the servitors. As High Factotum, it was I who had prompted that entire inspection, and thus it was my duty to follow the Lord Captain. As we stepped closer, we noticed a fascinating irregularity. English. The servitors' pupils, normally still, were shaking wildly. Their bulging veins were pulsating under the copper collars inscribed with their past offenses. It was as if those mindless half-machines were locked in a perpetual state of extreme tension. A visibly shaken technomat behind us proposed that the human souls had awakened within the servitors after a long slumber deep within their lobotomized brains. Formerly bereft of intelligence, they had attained awareness, feeling, and understanding. After a pause, added that the servitors used to function properly, and that no one had been able to explain the change in their behavior. Still trained on the motionless but animate half. Our captain stepped away from the servitors. I don't like this. I do not like this at all. I will turn to you to announce my decision. Lordship looked at me with unwavering resolve, and it was that confidence that wrenched me out of the nightmarish stupor that had me tensely observing the scene. Lord Epson gave the order. Sent the servitors back to toil as they had toiled before, for they had not yet paid their dues for the crimes of their past lives, and thus did not deserve clemency. Destroy the servitors, for what was happening to them could spell horrific curse. Leave the servitors to their work, and for... The thing is, I like, even though it is also an iconoclast choice, but I also think that there's something here. Like, if their human souls have awakened and if they can feel fear and pain, then that means that the enemy could influence them and their actions. We shall dispose of the servitors so that their human souls may be released from torment. Lord Captain's command was executed post-haste. All defective units were incinerated in furnaces and their remains were expelled into the void. The crew was provided with replacement servitors and soon forgot all about the destroyed unit's peculiarities, yet this incident haunts my memories to this day. With the fate of the defective servitors decided, nothing could now distract the Lord Captain from his mission. Right. Yeah. Servitors. Like, obviously not all servitors on the ship, but like that many of them suddenly all starting to become aware of their situation once again is neither it's neither a coincidence nor is it something that I really want to find out why it happened. And like, that's the thing, is that if they are now aware, because like the servitors aren't normally aware of their, like, they are lobotomized, right? And the servitors are criminals, generally speaking. Like, and we're talking like hardened, horrific criminals most of the time. So we're talking like mass murderers and the like. Like them gaining consciousness in their servitor bodies, and then like after having regained consciousness, like being left to their own, well, not exactly to their own devices, but like being left to do their duty, right? Or their tasks, means that they are now aware and they are in pain and they are incapable of controlling themselves, so they're gonna start resenting me. And that's an extremely easy way for things to get quickly out of hand. Right, but we are now gonna go to electrodynamic Xenobium. Yes, this party. It did look like that everybody had recovered from like both their injuries and their traumas, having come up here. I wonder if there's like, if you go up to your spaceship an X amount of time in game battle. Right. This has like, this is probably the.
Is there money to be made?
This is probably the squad of wardens that he sent, right?
My house would be proud of me.
Judging by the dead people's equipment, they were the same guards the governor sent to, yeah. Right.
I always keep my options open.
Right. Now, let's see. What's over here? Goods. Okay.
Who thought that was a good idea?
And 80%, and he is fatigued. Oh, goodness. Uh, uh, effect will be ruined, doesn't it? Yeah. Have to go back.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Let's see here. Or Imperium.
I always get the job
Judging
done.
by the fact that the pieces are molten at the edges, the statue was destroyed far from a multi-laser. Type that is not on landing. Yeah, that speaks of like an atmospheric assault on the facility. I do have to say that like those coils that are like all over the place do definitely give this place sort of, I'm not sure if steampunk is the correct sort of thing to say, but like that sort of like vibe, which is
I
very
always
like
have a
which is
backup
definitely
plan.
very fitting when it comes to the adeptus mechanic. Oh, open this gate. Wonderful.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
We go. Heretics were killed swiftly and ruthlessly. Never had time to reach the top. Interesting. Maybe.
Keep your wits about you.
I mean, the Adeptus Mechanicus does have a not one villain escape the God Emperor. I'll say it, artistic. But like, hues are so vivid, sister. Hatred fuels of words and impulses burn like a soup. I mean, understandably, she has a lot of hatred. Mercifully quick electric shock was not what killed this cult. I mean, yeah, okay. So it was basically like this is the work of the Inquisitorial age. Whether or not he had help from like the Adeptus Mechanicus does have assassin constructs that they use as well, like in assault in battle and otherwise. So maybe he had some help with that, or he's just a very good tutorial. You know that wire junctions are often marked with a symbol of a key that appears on you. There are no wounds on the heretic's body, but his face is contorted in terror and his eyes are bloodshot.
I always keep my options open.
Right.
I'm not satisfied with that answer. I will repeat my question again. The last Electro Priest you killed, where did you find him?
Burn in the fire of dawn! Servant of the corpse!
And another one meets the limit of his utility. The last of them.
Huh. The tall, dark-haired man sizes you up with a quick glance. A supernatural chill is making the air around him crackle softly. The expensive fabric of his jacket is stitched with gold thread and marked by several reddish-brown stains. A force sword and a box hang from his belt, and the emblem of the Holy Inquisition glitters on his. Seneschal, isn't this the chaff we're supposed to find for the Lord? Yes. Interrogator Van Callax.
Yes.
And turns away. I need to clear his throat.
Since you know who I am, and are in no hurry to kill me, I infer that you serve the Emperor, not his enemies. Allow me to introduce myself. Interrogator Heinrich van Kalox of the Imperial Inquisition's esteemed Ordo Xenos. With whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
Shadow. A great big sun-eclipsing, chain-weaving shadow. I can see the threads, myriads of them extending toward us all, and all of them creeping off toward him like snakes, shrouding us in poison. My, oh my, do I sense trouble, and it's right in my throat. It itches.
Puff of black smoke comes out of the Psyker's mouth and dissipates at once. Maybe it would have been better had we left Idira at home, I guess.
A Psyker? Interesting. And a diviner at that. Even more interesting. Are you sanctioned?
Don't you Inquisition me! I'm under the Rogue Trader's protection!
Idira is a member of my personal retinue. He's under my protection.
Your retinue, you say? Then let's go back to my previous question. With whom do I have the honor of speaking?
Rogue trader Alessis von Valentius.
Von Valentius? To the best of my knowledge, that dynasty is headed by the esteemed Theodora von Valentius. Has there been a change of circumstances?
Theodora is dead, slain in battle by enemies of humanity.
The news is lamentable. My condolences. And I presume the heir to the sacred warrant of trade and the lofty title of Rogue Trader is none other than yourself. Well then, what precisely has brought you to the sanctum of the Omnissiah?
I am here to collect you. I'm under orders from the Lord Inquisitor to offer any assistance you may require, after which I'm to provide you safe passage to footfall aboard my ship.
Then the timing of our meeting is fortuitous. I am requisitioning you and your retinue for my task.
Requisitioning? Young man, your choice of words is unseemly to the point of insult. You're addressing a rogue trader.
I don't imagine you'll be any happier if I say taking into inquisitorial custody.
To aid his faithful servant in the fight against corruption is the solemn duty of all whose actions affect millions of the Imperium's subjects. Let your example guide those who will carry the Emperor's light across 1,000 stars.
You are familiar with the works of Inquisitor Alistar the Redeemer. Not every acolyte can say the same, let alone people less initiated. Please forgive my lapse in manners, Lady Navigator Orselio. It is a great honor. I came to Rykad Minoris on a mission, which a rebellion prevented me from fulfilling. The governor is convinced that malcontents from among the rabble were the instigators, but I immediately suspected a more sinister presence at the root of the mutiny. My visit to the monastery and a few unhurried conversations with some of the rebels confirm my suspicions. Someone by the name of Aurora is leading the rebellion. Data indicates that the head of the cultists is here right now, in the sanctum of the ancient reactor.
Oh no!
Given the prophecy of the final dawn, and the special efforts made by the enemies of humanity to seize the monastery, their goal is to gain access to the holy power source's control circuit and trigger a process that, once started, cannot be stopped. In other words, to detonate the reactor, thus being themselves the cause of their much-touted final dawn.
Blasphemous insanity.
Right. Precisely what were you doing at the monastery?
I arrived here with an escort squad, only to lose it in our very first open skirmish. The monastery is swarming with heretics. The soldiers I requisitioned from the governor fell in battle, bled to death, or deserted. I had to make do with catching and forcefully interrogating individual rebels. It is from them that I learned what I relayed to you just now.
What did you do to him?
I convinced him to cooperate. I can influence living bodies, and I find that the interrogated are much more eager to share information once the blood starts to boil in their veins.
I can help you with Aurora. Let's join forces.
Thank you. Regrettably, the governor's people showed themselves to be unprepared for the perils of this place. And extracting blade shards from a person's stomach is beyond my powers. I hope that a rogue trader's retinue will prove more capable than a group of soldiers fresh off the base. I am positive that not all of the electro-priests within these walls have perished. The heretics spoke of shadows emerging from side alleys to make short work of the cultists invading their abode. I surmise that the entrance to their hiding place is somewhere in the hall near a machine known as the Circular Cogitator. I imagine it's one of the local sacred relics which the electro-priests treat with special piety.
Right then. Yeah, I think we're gonna drop Idira. We're gonna keep Cassie. I feel that having those two in the same party is gonna be unproductive. Right. Which means that we have a bunch of leveling up to do, apparently. Right. So. Oh god, there's a lot of this. Okay, so you are... Oh, so you're a warrior. That is what you are. Okay. You can... Deterioration. Whenever effect applied to the psychic increases damage suffered, but this effect is increased by half. Okay. Strange vitality. When the psyker's allies or psyker themselves are under the effects of the psychic powers, they gain +5 toughness for each such effect. Okay. Also, life heals themselves or another with psychic powers or effects applied to by psychic. This healing can be critically heal with a chance of critical heal chance is increased by all of the effects that increase critical hit chance, and the amount healed is increased by the same value as critical damage. Sanguine Siphon. Every time the Psyker deals damage, they gain +1 stack of the Sanguine Siphon effect. If that damage was dealt to a target adjacent to the Psyker, they gain 2 stacks instead. When the Psyker suffers lethal damage, the stacks of Sanguine Siphon are removed to reduce this damage by -1 for each stack until either all the stacks are removed or the damage is no longer lethal. Yeah, that seems like just okay. All this, including damaging psychic powers, now poison enemies. This poison deals okay. Inscribed Soul. Psyker gains the inscribed. It costs no AP, but deals direct damage to the Psyker equal to 25% of the Psyker's max. Next psychic power used after its ability will not trigger psychic phenomena or perils of the warp, and will not degrade the whale. Still Mind. Psyker's resolve is increased by well. Okay. Sanctified Slayer. Psyker's critical hit chance is increased by resolve. Psalm of Heroes. Psyker's psi rating is increased by +1 until the end of combat every time an ally uses it. Okay. Hymns of Hatred. Critical hits scored by anyone within the Psyker's line of sight, including the Psyker themselves, increases Psyker's critical damage by okay. Eternal Glory. The first time that momentum reaches 200 during the Psyker's turn, the Psyker gains +5 to all characteristics, +1 resolve, +1 to deflection, and +1 to all damage Psyker deals until the end of combat. This is reasonable. Edge of Dawn. Enemies adjacent to the Cypher suffer 10% more damage. Okay. Destined. Armor increased by 5%. This bonus increases by 5% at the start of every turn of combat except the first. Okay. Jesus Christ, that's it. Alright, we're... yeah, we're taking Edge of Dawn for now. How are you? Have 5 toughness. Okay. Then we have... I think he's a Biomancer. I think. Hammer of the Emperor. Rating 2, purchase. Wait, what? Field of the Emperor or purchase. Field of the Emperor. Until the start of Psyker's next turn, all allies affected by Word of the Emperor increase their deflection by Psyker's psi rating /half, minimum 1, and armor by 10. This psychic power can only be used while there is at least one ally affected by Word of the Emperor. Okay, I think Shield of the Emperor seems pretty There's enfeeble, end of combat. All targets within the area suffer 5 plus 3 times fire rating penalty. Oh, right there. Restores 2 times plus willpower bonus. If this ability brings the target to full wounds, this power also remove. Okay, yeah, invigorate. We'll take invigorate. Absolutely. Right. You have a shitload of Lord Xenos for. Okay, you have base skill Lord Xenos. You have advanced skill Lord Xenos. Okay. Why? Oh, you're an Ordo Xenos. God. God. I was okay. Right. Where's an athletics carouse? How's your athletics? Your athletics is fine. Don't think we need carouse. Or warp? Question mark. Version. Good lore warp. Oh well, we could also just get Lord Xenos. Just have a lot of, but we've already got Lord Xenos covered. We kind of want somebody who's capable of doing lore warp if we don't have Adira, so we're taking that. He can get. We'll get him some willpower. He is. Just give him nimble. Combat master. What else can we give him? Right. I think we're gonna give him This is the sanguine siphon. Warp again. Corpus conversion. Enemy adjacent to an ally dies. That ally gains a stacking corpus conversion. Multiple allies are adjacent to it. One is selected. Strikers. Next psychic power that targets only the target with corpus conversion will work as if the striker's psi rating is higher, will not damage the veil, will not trigger psychic phenomena or paralysis warp, and will remove -1 stacks of corpus conversion. Okay. What's biophysical? All the strikers attacks, including damage and psychic powers. Yeah, I think we're gonna take biophysical distortion. Right, you've got daring breach. Does not provoke until end. We just take extra damage. Take extra damage. Although he doesn't have that great of a strength. Yeah, I think we're giving him more of a skirmisher. Right. Another one. You're taking psi rating. Rating 1. Then weapon skill. Then we have Shield of the Emperor. Sword of Faith. What? A psi rating of 3. Okay. Hammer of the Emperor requires psi rating of 2 per Emperor. Okay. Light of the Emperor. Shield of. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna do Shield of the Emperor. Do Shield of the Emperor. Then he's going into melee, so he's a bit combat master. We put another 5 on weapon skill. We'll put another 5 on weapon skill. Can't take lore warp anymore. Call that a day. Hard, uncomfortable, abdominal meditation bed is equipped with neural force.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
What?
Operation successful.
Wonderful. This. Charge staff. What is it? Strike. Lightning arc. Strike, lightning arc, heroic push, desperate. Wielder of the staff, power level 9, gains the lightning arc ability. The ability is also available in heroic and desperate, or plus then sanctioned or unsanctioned. So yeah, we're taking that, and this is just medium leather armor. What does he have actually? He has a flak vest. Instantly just be even leather. Okay. Or sword. Leaves like it's worse than this biomancer. He can't use that. Do we have another one? Definitely frag grenade. Black vest. Oh, cargo. Black armor would be better than vest. Off the cargo. Keep that last one. Up carbine. Cargo. Well-maintained stubber revolver. Let's say you just have enough. Okay. Symbol of the for the omnicide is graved in the wall with bruised will That's not at all worker safety. Time to save our. I really hope that like by coming here we don't lock ourselves. Oh, well. He has an auto gun, improved body glove. He already has an improved body glove and she's got even a better body glove. I'll keep this. Auto gun. Auto gun.
Let us not dawdle.
Good. Good.
Pay attention.
It would appear they damaged the motive core circuits on purpose in tournament. Yep, that's like something that they would do. All right, let's go to the other way then, instead of getting electrocuted by that. We're killed with hit to the back from some kind of electric. Yeah, that sounds like the assassin constructs that Adeptus Mechanicus have. Just standing there. on the maladies of the machine spirit and the ways of diagnostic divination. Anything? Do not.
Let us see what I found.
Oh, okay. Modified tech priest rests on the table.
I always have a backup plan.
Found a mummified electro priest. Like, great. Help us at all? Like, we found.
Stop. There.
Another one? Tech priest's body rests on a metal table surrounded by sparking spirals of copper foil. A patina of sacred unguents cover his withered flesh. His augmentics have been polished with great care. Intricate electus cover the dead man's crossed arms and bare torso, and strands of wires envelop his head. Pascal respectfully bows his head before the dead man and carefully touches his crippled body with the tip of his finger. Honored adherent, I thank you for showing us the Fabricator General Pechuavar's maximum. Death does not examine the body. The body seems motionless, but you notice a slight tremor in the finger. The ancient servant of the Omnissiah must be data free. His mind, enveloped in a digital reverie, can persist for hundreds or thousands of years while his frail body is decaying. This sacred state of trance is a great reward only earned by the wisest and most pious servants. Jesus. Such purity of color. I've never seen anything like it. Deep, tranquility shrouded in a cool white cloud. Such unity of thought and spirit. The dead are incapable of computing. I mean, he's. You hear me, Tech Priest? Alman bin Harak Arya to the chance. In this, I am ready to bring you good tidings, Sith. Now respond with the words of the second galvanic hymn. The second galvanic hymn is revered and miraculous prayer of the naturally. You know it very well. Let us praise the twin charges, the body electric and the Omnissiah who lights the spark of reason within us. And let us carry his charge to those who have turned their minds towards his light. Let it be so indeed. Who or what are you? Praetor Electroid Dar Impulse II, by the will of the Omnissiah, the prior of this monastery and the guardian of the miraculous fusion reactor, now and ever, world without end. Here in this cell of mine, I have conquered death, and my mind has soared towards the Omnissiah in a blessed data tree. My body is decaying, but my spirit will remain by my master's side. For I am the sacred sentinel of the code, the guardian of the sacred relic, and the eye that watches over the right of operation. Tell me what your data tree is like. I am one with the motive force, and it opens my mind to the sacred impulses of knowledge. My reason has become as fast as the flying electron and the ray of light, and time is no more for me, for I am eternal. In my Binharak reverie, I comprehend the wisdom of the machine god and share it with the humble priests who come to my cell, thirsting for my knowledge. The monastery is under attack by heretics. Can you help? In my data dream, I saw their unholy requests and rejected them angrily, for it is said in the 4th article of security, no unbeliever's hand shall intrude upon the operation site. They have seditious design on the relic, but should I give you, who does not belong to our faith and fellowship, my blessing to stand up to the blasphemers? I may not be a member of your priesthood, but you and I are of the same faith. This statement is true. The 1st article of security says, fear above all evils the defilement of knowledge, and its command outweighs the prohibition contained in the 6th article of security, let knowledge be locked away from the ignorant. So be it. In the name of shaming the unbelievers, I grant you the blessing of special access and protection from the rage of the motive force. Cry crackling sounds come from inside the crypt walls as a wage in clock process the ancient. Okay. So we have gained Wait, have we just been blessing of special access? Traitor Electrodar Impulse. The second blessing is a promise of protective from three of the motive force. Gives 3 deflection and 50% armor against shock damage. Shock damage specific to spell arrows. Can we talk to you? Nope. Okay.
I always keep my options.
Well, much appreciated. Always nice to be able to reason with people. That's circular cognitive. Oop. Surgical cognitive. The Electro Priest's hiding place must be. I mean, didn't we? I mean, kind of already found that. I think. Oh. Oh, never mind. There are actually. Like we just got his blessing.
Beg for mercy.
Really?
But I will grant none.
Really? Do we need to fight them? Do we need to? Really? Did I miss this? Did I misread the situation? Like we just got like we just got the blessing of special access. We'll just take.
I'll do it.
Then good run and gun.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Is there a way to do this like non-lethally? Question mark. I'm gonna assume not. Here's this go over there. Alright, Argenta has another go. Misses.
Doubt is for the weak. Shields me.
Okay, we're gonna just move over there.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Edith versus. Unfortunate. That's Abelard. And
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
all I guess.
Request approved. The Messiah comprehends all.
Okay, right. Okay. Like again, I really don't want to. I don't want to kill these if I don't need to, but I think I need to. Like it seems to me that it is in fact necessary to kill them. Like, not great. Here. Where are we?
On it.
Sure. Great. First thing. Or not.
But of course, Lord Captain.
It's as good as done. I'll see to it personally.
Come on. More people.
Running binary override. My vow is to start. Running binary override.
Major psychic power.
I won't object to it. Holy terror, smite your enemies. Let's see to it that your reckoning is due. I won't object to it.
Lord.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. At your beck and call. Indeed. It will be done.
I don't know why we need to fight. Oh, the electricity actually heals them. That's really cool, but also not great for me. Argenta, out of there.
I'll do it.
Vital functions successfully terminated. High momentum.
Yeah, the whole.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Reduced to dust! I will do my duty.
Oh, it was already much more.
Me?
you actually hit? Elec-
At your back and forth. No matter the cost. I took care of this one. Indeed.
Oh,
Victory is imminent. At your beck and reduce to dust.
or I guess I just
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Who, if not me? On it.
Oh,
Explorers know one route. Forward.
have a talk about the fact that we just slaughtered the Electro Priests instead of, talking to them. Can't even loot their corpses. Only response to special. Oh no.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Motive force field capacity.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Let us not dawdle.
No. Cogitator's green light lights up as you approach it and displays the flashing message. Pilgrim, only the words of the first galvanic helm will reveal you the gifts hidden behind the veil of knowledge. Now chant with me. Let us sing this canticle too. The device's keyboard lights up, clearly expecting you to enter the rest of the word. Pascal, kindly remind me how this hymn goes. Lets out a noisy groan as if he is clearing it, but then stops abruptly. He averts his gaze and says, "It is not known to me. Only high-ranking servants at the shrines of energetic prosperity are permitted." Wow. Emperor, help us all. The esteemed Nagus has been caught out not knowing a prayer, and now he's floundering like a cadet in an exam. I never thought I'd see the day. Right. So, we interrupt the prayer? What happened? Right,
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
surely there's like, I guess we have to go the other way. Oh no, what if we came here after, clearing
Is
out
there
the
money to
heretics
be
on the
made?
other side? What if we didn't actually have to fight the tech priest? What if I'm just a big dum-dum for fighting, we're not realizing? Let's wait.
I always have a backup plan. I'll make an example out of you!
Show them no mercy.
I would argue that I was not ambushed. I would genuinely argue that I was not ambushed. Cassia, huh?
If I may,
Naked. Mobilizing effect applied. One. Let's that over to Artemis. Fine. Right.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
There.
Sire knows all, comprehends all.
Station. Miss, but got it.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Push the command over there. Up. Fighter.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered.
Oh, yeah. I was like, let's try dealing with
I am a
like
navigator,
immobilizing.
not a
But,
servitor.
that did definitely more than that.
Request approved.
That. And
My vow is to serve.
miss and dodge. Good attempt though. Yeah, good attempt.
You don't frighten me.
Oh. Damn, they must have like some really accurate rifles. I mean, they do have scopes on them and everything. Right,
I'll see to it personally.
what's this? Take aim.
It's as good as done.
What's the command?
I'll make it happen.
Spiritual prognosis is favorable.
Miss. What?
Request approved.
I am ready for whatever comes.
Walking up.
Who, if not, your end was inevitable.
He dies. Argenta. Huh?
Guided by faith.
Up here. Let's try.
Faith without deeds is worthless. This is why I was chosen.
Nice. Health, one of you.
I'll do it.
Run and gun. Well, yeah, we'll just have to build a fighter. Furious recital.
High momentum.
Against us. Okay.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Right. So who on?
Let's see to it.
Now. Ming.
I won't object to it.
That's dead. One. Abelard is. Get anywhere because he's way far in the back.
I will do my duty.
Brace for impact.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Forward. Cal.
dictates.
Forward. Enta. Yes. Heinrich.
Get me a target.
Forward. Abelard.
Indeed.
Fourth.
It will be done.
Your. Okay. Now.
Activate calculated fury algorithm.
Forward. Now, here's the question. What great shot.
Running binary override.
Launch that enemy. And
Request approved.
that. Analysis.
My vow is to serve.
Shot. And cast, yeah. Oh, oh yeah, there's still one more gunner over there.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
Let's try this. Hendrik, Abelard.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
We'll put that on Abelard, and then we're gonna tell Abelard.
I'll paint your death in colors.
Abelard forward.
My place is at the fore.
Nice.
Victory is mine.
If I may,
Running binary override. Your Messiah condemns you.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Let- Ooh.
Just a minor setback.
On it. I'll see to it personally.
Good.
It's as good as done.
Good. Dead.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. Doubt is for the weak. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Ooh, nice. Actually managed to make the shot. Well done, Argenta. Cultist gunner runs away and dies to the slap.
Never stood
Yeah,
a chance.
he got slapped on the ass. Right.
Everyone, step aside. Naturally.
Sure.
For the throne's glory.
And,
Someone else can do this.
oh. God damn.
I will do my duty. It will be done.
Okay. There. Trying to get cover.
Initiating fire reformation protocol.
Administration is a holy task.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable. Request approved.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
Oh, so it actually does reach that far. Damn it.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
As the Emperor commands, I act. Each strike is a prayer.
And you actually managed.
I'll do it.
Let's
High momentum.
Doubt is for the weak.
running and gunning. Come on,
Rejoice in battle! Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act.
What is it, rogue trader?
Trader, Pascal.
useless.
Really?
Success is the only outcome I accept.
Yes. It's all too logical.
Error. Making adjustments.
Okay. What's that? Huh?
That's how it's done.
Did
Always keep your eye on the prize. Let us not dawdle.
We are the spearhead of the Imperium.
these two? Right.
Onward.
I did it.
These are suspiciously different. Symbols on their clothes are drawn. What? Symbols on their clothes are drawn wrongly in standard issue military uniforms. Not plus. Oh no, he wouldn't. Surely he would.
Operation successful.
I'm thinking here. I am thinking. What happens? Like that also that does explain the whole sniper buddy stuff. What if these are like? What if these are gubernatorial? Careless. Early. Oh, that crowd of cultists has surrounded a tech priest crucified upon a mechanism. Rhythmic whisper repeated by 100 voices blends into blasphemous enchantment. Powerful discharges of emotive force run through the machine, causing the operator to bridge his body to convulse brutally and forcing woeful cries of brain. Tech priest's hoarse voice echoes under the ceiling. Clenched claws of stagnation in the shackles of iteration 0 under the iron wing. He continued to bring into combat mode instantly. Wrathful run. I'm registering a severe violation of the purity protocol. Blessed Amar Nat has been captured by the heretics and is being tortured. Alright, look around the hall. They're taking up positions everywhere. Many more are doubtless hiding in the passage leading up. Now they're all focused on the sacrilegious torture of the tech priest. Not noticed. Sure, he is Amar Nat. Confirmed. I do not observe his face, but I recognize his word. Let the cycle be discontinued. It's the blessed Amar Nat. How is he bearing this torture? Devotee of the Omnissiah is capable of withstanding great bodily torment with no loss of functionality. Flesh reinforced with sacred iron will persevere, the purity of spirit shall never perish. I hypothesize that the heretics have made the blessed Amarnath a participant in some variety of sacrilegious torture. They're trying to break his will and turn him into an unholy terminal. Both reactors. Okay. Stained with included, painted over with coffee. His heart still holds a cinder. Can be committed. Must save the esteemed tech priest without risking his life. Use the blessed clothing as disguise. Unrecognized, sabotage power units, overloading them. Okay. The lightning discharges have charred the cult of Scorpius. Whiffs of smoke rise from their empty eye sockets whose contents have evaporated. Their clothes, covered in the blood of innocents, are crudely painted over with emblems of the arch enemy. I shudder with disgust at the mere thought of having to touch clothing adorned with unholy symbols, let alone wear it. This is the first step towards falling. A small compromise with evil that will lead to something greater. Truly no other way. Greater. Signs of the arch are not just painted symbols, doctors of its will. The words of their earth, even spoken without faith, their coats of arms, even deceitfully worn. All this increases the presence of the ruinous powers near you and draws their corrupting attention. Not making it. What is the essence of your plan? Glittering litany of actuation for power units from the Lumino Deacon's command throne will direct the motive force created by the blessed reactor into the hall. The distribution reservoir is keeping its output within the set, but upon receiving an order to increase it to an electric trap. Right. Okay. Safety system protecting the hall is controlled from the machine altar. It must be disabled. All these operations are performed, I can guarantee that not a single blasphemer will survive the Omnissiah's wrath that will be unleashed. I mean, will we? Will do, okay? I will not allow corruption to touch you. We will vest ourselves in faith and kill every last traitor to the Golden Throne. You do realize this plan sounds like suicide. The statement is true. Then what do you propose? To flee? I have tried to employ this behavioral strategy in the past, and it brought my soul no relief. You would disgrace yourself by donning these tainted rags. The only unbearable disgrace is that of duty unfulfilled. The rest is merely spiritual attrition. I will not allow corruption to touch you. We will vest ourselves in faith and kill every last traitor to the Golden Throne. So be it. May the Omnissiah protect you. Death to the blasphemers. Death to the blasphemers, indeed. I think this is probably a decent place to save. And we're off to battle.
You will beg for mercy, but I will grant none.
Come to chaos!
Wait, why is he no longer there? What happened in the meantime? Did he just die? Did he literally just die on off screen? Or is he just not there so that can't be accidentally hit? Right. Argenta gets to go first, which is nice, question mark. Where do we foresee Argenta do the most damage? Over there. We are kind of high up on the Adelard. In front of Argenta. Cassia. There. Scowl. Over there. There. Right.
I'll make it happen. Who, if not me?
Big game. Right, this is probably the time to throw out a crack grenade. unfortunate thing is you're not exactly in a great for progress. Okay, so the torture check priest is actually there. He just vanished for whatever reason. Oh no.
I'll do it.
Okay,
As the Emperor commands, I act.
done.
Doubt is for the weak. Eradicated.
One and then cool. Now what? That on Abelard. Kill the spider. Okay, flight back to flight. Wonderful. How long?
Me. If you insist, Lord Captain.
And
As the Emperor commands, I act.
miss. Damn it.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Just curious. Done. Okay.
Damage is negligible.
Alright. Abelard. Abelard. There.
At your beck and call. I took care of this one.
Spider, kill this one.
Indeed.
Should have done great.
I will do my duty.
Alright.
I'll see to it personally.
Victory is imminent.
High momentum.
The spiders. Fine.
see to it personally.
Let's
Accept your lot.
give it to Abelard.
At your beck and call. One fewer target. Reduced to dust. I took care of this one. It will be done.
Should have.
I will do my duty. At your beck and call. Reduced to dust. Indeed.
Okay, so it doesn't. Oh.
Your Messiah knows all, comprehends all. Running binary override. Request approved. Insignificant value.
Right.
I need a foothold.
Great. Nobody has taken rid. Like that. Word of the Emperor out there. Turn.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Put it on.
I won't object to it. The Inquisition sends their regards.
Not died to the poison. Oh, it deals 6 damage every time. He will die. We got gunners coming down. Okay.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone!
High momentum.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Out.
In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave! Doubt is for the weak.
Pull the fighter, pull the gunner, pull the gunner.
I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless.
3.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Okay. That was
As the Emperor commands, I act.
more than well done, Artie. More than well done. What can
Guided by faith,
there.
I'll do it.
And then she misses the
Doubt is
90% shot. I think
If I may,
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Let's get that Revel and Slaughter stack again.
I'll do it.
Heinrichs for and give it to Abelard. Now
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
give it. And
I am a navigator, not a serf.
mobilize. All right, this is going really well for us, despite us being like still outnumbered. In the
I've suffered worse.
like somewhere between the regions of Lutz and Shitloads, we're still outnumbered.
At your back and
But as Abelard here ably
it
demonstrates,
will be done.
that is not worth a lot if you just have the
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
you just have the will to do it. Oh, they're chaos spawn. Oh, great.
A minor setback.
Right.
Who if not me?
Let's make that swing.
It's as good as done.
Let's call Heinrich. Wonderful. We have another iron arm. Let's throw it over here.
I'll see to it personally.
Emperor.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful.
Finish him off, please.
Function successfully terminated.
E. Get some of that. That's probably fine. Right, Heinrich. What is it? Hold on.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use.
Good enough.
Naturally.
Forward. Finally put the iron arm on Abelard.
I won't object to it.
We'll get some configuration. Argenta. Running and gunning.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. As the Emperor commands, I act. Eradicated.
Okay.
Doubt is for the weak. You can escape the Emperor's judgment.
High momentum.
Emperor, give me strength.
That's the can't apply it. Also can't apply that. Could apply that to Heinrich.
In the name of House Orselio, I shall prevail.
I will do my duty. I took care of this one. Victory is imminent. Indeed.
Alright, he managed to taunt the Chaos Spawn. He is important.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Another healing on Abelard. Starting to get dangerous, though.
Let's see to it.
Oh, you can actually see that. Got the gunner.
Me? If you insist, your duty demands.
Well. Okay, that's hard.
It will be done.
That in there.
I will do my duty.
Dodge. Damn you.
Victory is imminent.
Dodge? Really? Aw.
See my great works, masters!
Dark prayer effect. Start of the... Okay. We need to... Oh, so, yep, okay. We need to stop him. Pretty much. Something like it. Move up. Tell our agenda to take aim.
On it.
Advancing. The scriptural prognosis is favorable. Request approved.
Missed. Yeah. Right. Hendrix.
The Emperor is on our side.
Really? Not like it there.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Put him down, please. Dodge! Again! That... Oh, he's... Okay, he did that. Alright, okay, cycles of the foreordained, there lurks a flaw of worship. Tech Priest's body convulses. Pained, plaintive creaks of Binharak prayers come from his box. As moment pass, the signal becomes less and less clear. There is something twisted and wrong with me. Pascal studies the Tech Priest's face. His box and moans and dreading. Subject unidentified. This is not the blessed Amarna. Stranger, I request your name. How do you know my mentor's honor? Who are you, servant of the Omnisign? Fire of the hearth sent forth sparks. The name of this spark is Abel Hanna. The echo of my call has reached you. Good. The iteration is at its end. The line is fulfilled. What is the intention? Why are you calling yourself by my name? Was it you who summoned me to Rykad Manaris? What for? I categorically demand an answer. Rises to an intimidating howl, but delirious tech priest does not seem to understand what he's saying. Ask him about Amarna. We came here because of him. No. Came because of himself. Self? Redeem myself? To correct a mistake? Possibly. How do you... There's a look of gentle condescension in Abel's eyes. Strange, given the circumstances. The hubris of the mind spurs him to build monuments to himself. Do not regret, for all is predetermined by the iteration. A devastating coughing fit cuts him off, and you hear a clang of tearing metal inside his chest. You can talk. What design? An intention both bold and honorable, to open new gates for the waters of knowledge and comprehension. A plan written so that the righteous may follow, and trust in the greatest pattern of revelation and uniform progression towards it. Trembling with, those are his words. I have not heard them in very long. We can talk once we get him out of here. A cold premonition breaks the heart. Probabilities are dark and frightening. Brother, I do not wish to gaze. We are the flame of knowledge that drives the darkness away. Pascal is quickly inspecting Abel's wounds, paying no mind to the blood and sacredness. Do not fear what is to come, brother. We are already here. Examine detect rate. There are deep burns all over his flesh, and the skin around his augmentix is scarred. It's charred. Blasphemous spells have been carved into his sacred iron, forming unholy litanies of scrap code. It is amazing how robust this tech priest's life support systems have proven to be in maintaining the spark of life in his previous body. Do you know him, Pascal? The subject has not been identified and has no record in my catalog. Interrogation is impossible due to the subject's evident affective state of clouded consciousness. How did you kill those heretics? What technology did you use? Existence has worn thin and threadbare. Eshantos has discontinued its cycle. Eshatos? The word does not appear in my catalog, but I'm aware of its existence. Perhaps it sounded in the blessed Armanat sermon. I must consult my notes. We'll try to take down the tech priest crucified on him. He shifts his gaze to you and says with sudden clarity, many sparks have gone out, but not all. The electric shepherds are alive. In the darkness, I heard their prayers. Find them, save them, recite the hymn, contact circuit restoration, so that you may behold what is hidden. The blast of lunar force runs down the basement towards the mocking, malformed Benharic code, repulsively jarring the force out of his block. Information archived to effect that the circuit restoration hymn is the entrance password to Electricity's hiding place. Pascal responds with dour rhythm of containment area. I note with great sorrow that the cultist ritual has been partially successful. My tech brother has been tainted by corruption. He is in the grip of a schismatical and unholy imitation of a machine. I request immediate activation of the tech sorcerer's department. What is schismatic? Ugly mockery of a noble machine spirit created by the warp. Sometimes a few lines of despicable scrap code or a small clump of the motive force falls under the archenemy's influence and degenerates into an abomination of this sort. One whose very existence is an insult to the omniscient wisdom. I shall help save him. The possessed man responds with a burst of... Every now and then, a word or two of Gothic finds its way into the Benharic obscenities pouring what seemed to be a tentative forest. Joints twisted with the sound of bursting. As the possessed man thrashes about, his internal augmentics emerge gradually through the hanging tatters of his flesh, as though an iron homunculus hidden inside sends a thin drilling needle. The sacred engine glistens it. Code purification area is heard as the needle sinks into the possessed tech priest's skull and touches his neural augmentic, forming an electric circuit with it. Extreme strain is visible on his face. Furious litanies pour out of his body. Result, failure. Requesting assistance. Right. Send a purifying charge of the motive force into them. May the machine god heal you. Say the prayer to the Emperor. Deliver us from Tech Eustace, undaunted, you grab one of the severed cables and press it into Tech Priest's body, and a shock of formidable power shakes the possessed man. Machine oil gushes out of his mouth. His vox hisses deafeningly as the flow of motive force burns the corruption in his sacred iron. The overload destroys some of the circuit boards of his neural augment, resets his code, and erases the schematic from him. Pricked, eyes roll up, and he loses consciousness. Crushed, yet still alive and no longer in the thrall of corruption. With the utmost care, Pascal takes his body down from the mechanism and lays it on the floor. Stirring litanies of gratitude to the Omnissiah echo throughout the hall. Yeah, we literally just electrocuted the corruption out of him, I guess. Rest, Tech Brother. We'll come back for you when we have done our duty to the miraculous future. Lord Captain, the Omnissiah commands a pious mind to strive towards uncovering the truth. Therefore, I will not stop until I find my mentor and understand his connection to this servant of the machine god. I request the privilege of joining our retinue as a rightful companion. You can offer to fulfill the duties of an engineer on your ship in exchange for the right to follow you and conduct my own currently received items. Not sure if we actually received items or if it's just logged out. Right. It really does feel like we were supposed
Rise to
to
the
come.
top or get left in the dust.
We're supposed to come here first.
Is blessed
And
with
if we
multiple
had
functionality.
done this, we might not have needed to fight the Electro.
Keep your wits about you.
50. Glory be to the current of the motive force. May its dulcet light shine in your new spirit coronas. May its vitality nourish our augments. May its purity wash over our imperative.
I'm still new to the art of exploring.
Supplies power to several major hive cities in Pikeline, hidden somewhere in the depths of this building. Yeah. No. You can power multiple hive cities, and that reactor is okay.
I always have a backup plan.
Want some?
Is there money to be made? Always keep your eye on the prize.
Wonderful.
Rise to the top or get left in the
Star
dust.
Impulse the Sixth. A shortest, muscular man wearing the scarlet colors of the priesthood of Mars steps into your path. Wrinkles on his cheeks and forehead point to his propensity for frequent outbursts of fierce anger. But right now, he's showing no signs of aggression. Glowing blue patterns of electric tattoos show through his body. The man's eye sockets are dark and empty, yet he turns his face straight towards you with no hesitation. He has a sharp, screeching voice not unlike a bird's cawing. May the charge of the Omnissiah mercy persist in the hands of the faithful. May the motive force persist in their batteries. Another blind heretic to battle. Sign of the Aquila, the Emperor protects. I, rogue trader Alessis von Valentius, declare this monastery to be under my protection. Motive force brought you here at the right time, Pilgrim. The hallowed electrodynamic Cenobium receives you, Pilgrim. I am Dar Impulse VI, a servant of the motive force and the praetor electroid of this sacred monastery. Pascal bows down humbly before the man. A trill of Binharic signals comes from his vox, to which the praetor responds with a solemn gesture of blessing. Pascal turns to you and says, "The rank of praetor electroid is a sign of high standing within the electro priest fraternity. To have been granted an audience is a great honor. You have the honor of hosting the rogue trader of Host Von Valencius. I urge you to follow proper ethique when interacting with the eminent bearer of the sacred warrant. Within these halls, worldly titles are nothing before the motive force. Your deeds, however, speak far louder than titles, for your path here is sprayed with the blood of desecrators." Dar Impulse the Sixth. It was you, was it not, that Logis Abel came seeking an interpretation of his data train? Yes. Tech Brother Abel arrived here to engage in a magnetic meditation that would help clarify his vision. Unfortunately, the heretic's machinations prevented us from completing the ritual. The esteemed Logis volunteered his help in defending the monastery, but contact with him was lost soon after. Tell me more about Logis Abel. We did not speak much to each other. He preferred to devote his time to solitary reflections in his chapel. The Omnissiah has given Tech Brother Abel a gift of great insight, which allows him to discern each individual facet of existence, rather than the overall view. It makes his logic different from that of other people. His mind has always been able to combine facts and conclusions into harmonious wholes that were nothing short of beautiful. Many among my flock found his sermons poetic. What kind of visions was he receiving? The Omnissiah's revelation was encrypted with great meticulousness, which indicates its great importance. Grasping it fully is beyond my ability, but a single touch was enough for me to realize the enormity of the secret concealed within. Or more exactly, the secret design, which was how Tech Brother Abel referred to it. His mind had discerned in the world around him traces of some grand silence that he wished to comprehend. I have rescued him from the insurgents. I hope the Omnissiah preserves Tech Brother Abel's life, that he may continue to comprehend the mysteries tapped into. I have a few questions about this place and the people in it. Truth is like light, blocking its path is criminal. Who are you? The hard-working servants and dwellers of this cenobium, electro priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The Corpuscari did us a great honor by entrusting into our care the sacred relic around which the hallowed electrodynamic cenobium was built. What precisely do you believe in? We have devoted ourselves to the worship of that aspect of the machine god which is known as the motive force. It is the blessed divine spark that creates impetus in the universe. The Omnissiah, in his mercy, gave the world the gift of the motive force, and we follow its impulses in order to increase it, bring it to lay people, and protect it from unholy hands. The relic that this monastery protects provides the entire planet of Rykad Minoris with the blessed motive force. We, unworthy though we are glad to serve the ancient machine that dwells in this place. Tell me more about your relic. It would be pointless to describe the miraculous fusion reactor. Only through beholding its ferocious power can one comprehend its blessed essence, and fear the might of the Omnissiah. Its core was found 4,000 years ago and delivered to Rykad Minoris by the holy warrior of faith, Lock Impulse I, during one of his campaigns. Its sacred spark has not gone out for an instant, and the walls and power units of the Cenobian have been erected around the relic in order to protect it from ignorant lay people, as well as protect them from its formidable might. Pascal keeps his solemn silence, but quick licking of his megadendrite claws betrays his excitement at being so close to sacred archaeology. You are not like other members of the Adeptus Mechanicus I have met. Our faith imposes a duty of obedience. Every electro priest is given numerous electus that combine in a blessed voltagaze circle, allowing feeble flesh to withstand the might of the motive force. That is why our skin glows with its light, and our eyes boil and melt when we are ordained. The Omnissiah's tears is what we call this phenomenon, this dying away of unworthy flesh. As we shun the layperson's primitive means of looking at the world, we gain the ability to sense the motive force around us with our entire body. I understand everything. Doubt it. I am pleased to be the conductor of truth. Why are you calling me a pilgrim? Only those lay people who desire to experience the motive force are allowed to cross this monastery's threshold. All others are profaners, criminals. You do not belong to the fraternity of electro priests, but your intentions are good. If you were not seeking the Omnissiah's wisdom, then it was the motive force itself that brought you here to find it. What happened here? How did you manage to survive? When the heretics descended in droves upon the cenobium, we gave battle, but the unholy foes buried the Omnissiah's warriors under a mass of their bodies, thus distinguishing the defenders' sparks of purity. It was then that I ordered my few surviving brethren to retreat into the monastery's secret chambers. Upon taking refuge there, we began to destroy the blasphemous intruders in surreptitious ways. Alas, as fiery as my brethren's anger was, I had no right to permit them to die in honest combat, for the task of taking back our abode still lay ahead of us. I must commend the skill with which your secret chambers are concealed. There a tinge of wounded pride in Hendricks' words, as if he's upset about failing to discover the Outcracker Refuge shelter. Your choice of tactics was wise as well. There was no point in losing more lives in the massacre that the the leader of the heretics fought her way into the Ark, wherein dwells the miraculous fusion reactor. She is trying to desecrate the rite of operation with her unholy litany, so that the relic may be corrupted, and the world of Rykad Minoris may perish in a fount of fire. My brethren, in their magnetic meditation, are hampering her efforts by chanting access request prayers in unison, thereby suppressing the commands that the blasphemers enter. This holy place will be protected against sacrilegious practices, I swear. In the monastery, I was attacked by people who looked like Electra priests. That is a lamentable mistake. We knew of no help that was on its way, and were not expecting to encounter any allies in the monastery chambers. I see that you are alive, and I mourn the senseless death of my brethren. I wonder if you would have so touchingly mourned the Lord Captain's death, or if such sentiments would have only been awoken by the sound of our void ship delivering alternative strike for more. That anything resembling a fighting could be expected. My enforcers and the governor's guards can help you reclaim the monastery. I cannot allow this. Lay people are forbidden from visiting the monastery, and only select few are allowed to behold the Ark and the relic within. You and your retinue are pilgrims of a special status bestowed by the Emperor. However, should any soldier unblessed by the Omnissiah cross this monastery's threshold, I will deem them a heretic and have them put to death. Confirmed. The presence of lay people on monastery grounds without the praetor elector's blessing will be regarded as sacrilegious violation of the holy rite of operation. Henrich opens his mouth for a second to say something, but changes his mind and quietly clears his throat instead. Cassian also. Yes, I see. Also, Orselio follows the same rules when it comes to outsiders. Well, I say nothing. Too, false oracle. I wish to get to the holy reactor. Antagonizing them seems not the greatest. The Ark is hidden from pilgrims' eyes, but considering the extraordinary circumstances of your visit to this monastery, I grant you that right. The hall that leads to the high reliquary has been barred by the enemy, but I will open a secret path for you. Enter the Ark and experience the motive force, pilgrim. Requires dogmatic. We will pray to the security systems that they may refrain from punishing you. I must press on. If the charge of the Omnissiah's grace persists in the batteries of the faith. Right. I mean, judging solely by the by the basically take these. But yeah, as I was about to say, judging solely by the Pascal, like just out of curiosity, Pascal. Yes, you are actually capable of using the plasma pistol. You have that's a lot more rate of fire, range of 8. We just give you that? Do we want to keep that? That's my overcharge. Let's see. Oh. Yeah, I think like I like the bolter. I like the bolter on him, but I have no idea what kind of we're taking the plasma pistol there. No idea what why not? Right. Like we have, like I have no idea, but like judging just by that dialogue, even if we had cleared out the heretics first, the Electro priests probably would have attacked us still. But I can't be sure about that. So, I will probably be doing. There's probably going to be more than one playthrough that I will be playing of this game. So,
My warp sight reveals something.
yeah.
I always have a backup plan.
Nope. Right. Oh, Jesus Christ! That does look. That does look like quite the power source. The face of the woman who stands before you is hidden behind a grotesque barred mask, yet the voice pouring out beneath it belongs to someone else. It's in the husky, somber bass of the void, the border of ships. How predictable your path is. How static. All the possible deaths you have skirted, only to perish here in the fiery tempest that will mark the final dawn. The woman turns her mask to Pascal. You have arrived just in time, little dog. The schematicals use your regalia like a mask to subdue the reactor. Pascal's vox rasped music. A cog. I cannot comprehend why apostates try to insult me by comparing me to the sacred symbol of our faith. It is irrational. His visor lights up like a crimson herald of bloodshed. His drilling McKendrite whirs viciously as he readies to strike. The sacred cog grinds all corruption to dust. From the dust I will build order. Pascal, announce my arrival. Pascal lets out an intimidating Binharic trill and announces grimly, with the Omnissiah's blessing, the rogue trader Von Valentius has come before the miraculous fusion reactor, seeking to perform purification and eradicate the corruption. All unauthorized persons are hereby ordered to lay down their arms and humbly accept their punishment. Humility is the lot of the weak. I am a harbinger of great changes, and visions of a great cataclysm to come have incinerated what humility I had in my heart. The woman's voice breaks and shifts to a different pitch and timbre, a martyr's voice, young, fervent, and in pain. Time has all but run out. I can hear the fist of the future knocking on the door of the present. Choose quickly what you want to be when it walks in. A blind slave to what is gone, a faithful servant of what is to come, or a corpse. I would take some time to wrest from you the details of the future that they call prophecies. Hopefully, when we're done, what's left of you will still be capable of coherent speech. What you'll be is a living torch blazing for his glory. Argenza's voice burns with pure hatred and trembles with impatience to make the promise come true. Ah, Cassius Gwynson looks away. Yellows, reds, violets, oranges, blues, wild colors that scorch the eyes. But where the motley mask ends, nothing but a colorless void remains. Who are you? My name is known to you. I am Aurora, servant of Eurolon the Cruel, the spark of the final dawn that is destined to set Rykad Minoris ablaze. A great path for one who was born into the Imperium's bondage but shunned her predestination in favor of the changes promised by the Edge of Daybreak. Whose servant are you? Is Eurolon a demon or just another heretic? Responding laughter comes from behind the mask. Your flippancy is so amusing. Why, you have no inkling of the chasm that separates us. He is a prophet who foresaw our impending doom and who graciously bestowed upon us the right to choose a different path. He is a shard of ancient wisdom from a time before we were slaves to our bitter predestination. I can't wait to close this creature's mouth with the seal of death, or are you saving this glorious deed for yourself? The Edge of Daybreak. Is that your unholy patron? Our teacher. our savior, our merciful God born in the Immaterium out of the bows of those laboring under the legacy of ignorance and servitude. You cannot see the woman's face behind her mask, but judging by her tone of malicious triumph, you could swear she is smiling. And he remembers you, Alensis von Valencius. The silly savior fantasy you have been acting out amuses the true master of those people's faith. What servitude are you talking about? What predestination? Everyone born in the Imperium has a predestination. The soldier, the commoner, the administratum official, the technomat, the void rat, all are consigned to serving the Golden Throne and then dying a grim death for its glory. The Imperium never thinks twice about treating people as exploitable and expendable. After all, they are the most easily replenished of all resources. Even your path is predestined. You will inevitably perish on your quest to expand humanity's domain, and your end will be particularly grim and ghastly. The fruits of your efforts will be enjoyed by others, the eternal aristocrats who dwell on Mars, Terra, and other safe worlds. They insist that it is the natural order of things, but that is a lie. It is an order that benefits them. So what is this final dawn? It's all your followers ever talk about. Salvation from a death whose name is yet unknown, but whose approach is sensed by many. Soon it will claim every inhabitant of the Corona's expanse. Do you think anyone will come to our aid when cataclysms shake our homes and planet-wide genocides are unleashed? Will the Emperor help? Or the idol of iron they call the Omnissiah? No, we will die alone and abandoned. Only one duty is promising salvation, the edge of daybreak. Mercy and salvation will come to all who believe in him and purify their souls in the light of the final dawn. Why are you blinding people? Do you think they are blind? They see far more than you do. Through reflections in mirrors blessed by the energies of the Immaterium, the edge of daybreak reveals to them visions of true existence and gives them glimpses of what is to come. The eyes lie. Our erstwhile masters have taught them to see only what is consistent with the lies they tell. The gift we give is that of true sight. The woman takes a glass prism out of the folds of her and looks at you through it with a mocking chuckle. The prism's bluish-pink sheen imprints itself on your retina, so it has been corrupted. Guess what I see when I look at you? I think that is enough, heretical Paul. Your people wanted my head. Why? Brother Twilight, known to you as Conrad, mocked you as a target. Your foiling of his plans sealed your death for him. It is now a predestined certainty that changes can no longer affect. Are you trying to blow up the reactor? I am lighting the spark of the final dawn. Sometimes the future revealed in the edge of daybreak's visions is fragmented between the facets of possibility, and the view is unclear. I have glimpsed the importance of this place for what is to come, and I have solved the puzzle. The flash of purity will transform this world and bring it closer to the Immaterium, in which it will be reborn. False believers will perish in the fire, whilst the faithful will find their salvation and their new form in it. You will never tame the spirit of this ancient and noble machine, ignorant layperson. It does have a vile temper, but I have assistants who can help tame it. The woman nods casually towards the maimed electro-priest, whose hands are fixed in the control panels with steel stakes. One of the servants of the cast torture his blasphemous spirits have crawled under our skin and into our sacred iron. Take the motive force of our bodies, I implore you. We do not wish to offend the Omnissiah with the sacrilege our hands are committing. They resisted for a long time, but now their bodies and souls belong to the schematic. Line after line, the scrap code they produce will awaken the reactor's unyielding spirit as well, and it too will yearn for change and freedom. Enough! I will rid Reichad Minoris of your tyranny. No. In the name of the God Emperor, die, foul creature. The woman's voice becomes thin and brittle like that of an innocent child. Execute them in the name of the Edge of Daybreak. The Acropriests rip their hands off the command panels, rending their flesh on the stakes that pierce them. As their schematical controlled bodies are imbued with the motive force's radiance, all the unfortunates can do is scream in horror and plead for a swift death. Aurora begins muttering an unholy litany in broken Gothic. Willpower has succeeded. You cannot make out her blasphemous words, but the name the heretic keeps edge of daybreak digs into your hearing like a blade into defenseless flesh. Its sound is almost physically painful to spawn strange and impossible phantoms in your mind. However, you manage to muster your strength and banish it from your mind. So, the confrontation begins.
I'll make an example out of you.
I'll bleed you dry.
So there's a bunch of cultists over there. There's a couple of electros here. More than a couple. I count 4, 5. Rounds until reactor explodes. 2. That means what we need to do, I assume, is we need to start killing electros. Need to kill electros. Heinrich, Abelard. I think that's gonna be what our wonder if it would be better. Oh, I don't. Okay, I don't. Yep, I don't. Wait, we have to go. We have to go. Okay. Here we start the battle then.
Who, if not me?
Rejoice in battle! Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Run and gun.
I'll do it.
Oh no, that one.
Temporary setback.
Fine. Cassia.
If I may. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Oh. Plasma overcharge area. All creatures within.
My vow is to serve.
Great.
That's actually sound approach. It will be done. Indeed. Reduced to dust.
Harry. Come in.
At your beck and call.
Suffering is part of the trial.
I won't object to it. Be gone.
It's as good as done.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak.
I don't need luck. I have strategy. I'll see to it personally. I'll make it happen.
As the tactical imperative dictates. Running binary override. Request approved.
Should have done the Oh, that healed him. God damn it. That was not what I wanted to do.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
High momentum.
Me, if you insist, Lord Captain. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
It will be done.
It's storm running there, so
I will do
that.
my duty.
Okay, so yeah, killing the Electro Priests does extend. Healy.
Indeed.
Right, Heinrich.
Everyone, step aside. Let's see to it.
Right, and then
I won't object to it.
there we go.
I'll
And
see our foes obliterated.
then we
Let's see to it. I'm done with this one. Naturally. But of course, Captain.
dodged.
I won't object to it. Your reckoning is due. Get me a target.
Him down.
I'll see to it personally. I'll make it happen.
For the throne. I need a foothold.
High momentum.
For now, I think we're gonna be. Ow.
Memory of this righteous moment. The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Scorn the pain.
Pain and juice.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless.
That was a football. Can we kill that cow? Can we kill that cow? Probably not. Probably.
Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
Mobilize the
I am a navigator, not a servitor. If I may.
It will be done. Victory is imminent. At your beck and call. I will do my duty.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use. I won't object to it.
So the start of word all the lines affected by that, but not.
Let's see to it that the Inquisition sends their regards.
This is until the start of the officer, full melee attack.
It's as good as done.
Rank their ranks.
On it.
Naturally.
Nice. Good healing. Oh. Good die to the point.
Activate Calculate Fury algorithm. Running binary override.
Well then.
Significant value.
I'll brush this off.
Thankfully, they seem to be hitting their own fairly regularly.
Brace yourself, Avalanche.
Right.
I'll do it. Guided by faith. Doubt is for the weak. Strike is a prayer. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
Chaos spawn is a problem.
Be careful not to cross my gaze. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
It will be done. One fewer target.
Move forward. There.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered.
Let's keep it immobilized if we can. Mobilization effect applied. Wonderful. Wonderful. No, Abelard.
I'll paint your death in colors.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Reduced to dust. At your back and forth. Reduce the dust.
Down.
It will be done. I will do my duty.
And then we'll have the.
You attack.
There we go. Last of the Electro Priests on this side have been cleared. Now they just need to fight off the spawn, and we're pretty good actually. Only one Electro Priest left. However, I have a feeling that we then need to go and start chomping at that also. What we're gonna do is
Let's see to it.
and then
Everyone, step aside. I won't object to it.
or
For the throne's glory.
Taking calculated risk is in my second nature.
what?
I'll see to
aim.
it personally. Who if not me?
As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak.
Right. Down.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Allies. I'm still from architect. That actually affect the spawn? Yes.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable. Explorers know one route forward.
Endure. Faith without deeds is worthless. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. If I may,
Request approved. Good analysis successful.
Abelard start cutting back.
It will be done.
Nope.
At your beck and call.
That on.
The Emperor is on our side. I won't object to it.
I'll see to it personally.
Good. On a gun.
I'll do it.
It's as good as done.
Not much of a shark. Wait. Analyze enemies. 5 minutes. And then
Request approved.
intimidation.
My valid.
Good. Good. Good.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I am his will made manifest. Doubt is for the weak. Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act. Strike is a prayer. I'll do it.
That stopped the explosion altogether? Question mark. Cassia.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. The spiritual promise is favorable.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Follow my lead. It will be done. At your beck and call.
Enough! Now, an aged, rattling voice speaks to you from behind the bloodstained mask. You are powerless to halt the approach of what is to come. I see a crimson trail leading humanity to its doom. I see the glow of the final dawn, and that means existence has made its choice. The dagger flashes in Aurora's hand. She drives it into the control panel with. Now you will see it too. A blinding voltaic arc bursts forth from the broken control panel and strikes Aurora on its uncanny man. Metal heats up, smoke billows through the bars. With a howl, the cultists collapse. The light is gone. That it? Final dawn? Why was it so different from what our teacher promised? She shakes her head blindly. Her voice is now the voice of an ordinary middle-aged woman fighting at it. You will pay for this. You will. You. The woman's body goes limp and collapses. Iron mask hits the nipple. Val examines the corpse with contempt and concludes dryly, confirming purgation and termination. Henry grimaces. Heretic took her secrets with her. Pity. Motley hues have rejected her, leaving only a grey screen thread. The noose that the heretic put around her own neck. I've seen this many times before. No one can escape fear itself. Body in a minute. He said this is, I need no more than a minute. Four Xenos. Why Xenos? The cogitator is probably well beyond repair, but your attention is drawn away from the sacred machine and towards the dagger sticking out of the control panel. On closer inspection, it turns out to be the lavishly decorated handguard of a sword whose blade has been pried out. pommel is decorated with strange adornment resembling an eye covered by a scaled lid. The remains of the blade has a blue sheen, same tint as Conrad's weapon during the mutiny on the voyage. This is no human-made object. It was grown from wraithbone, material favored by the Eldari. As you lean over the shard, you suddenly hear a multitude of voices. They blend together and individual words are distorted, as though they are mocking or attempts to grasp their meaning. A nagging whisper is like the burning red scratch of an unholy claw on your mind. Heinrichs, take a look over there. Is this by any chance what you are looking for? Raises his head, gets up, and makes a wry face. Unholy object is the work of inhuman hands, and judging by the cold I'm sensing, it is a tool of the arch enemy. I'm most grateful for your vigilance. Takes this strange shard out of the control panel and studies. Furious. Those corrupted object away in turn. Rogue Trader, on behalf of the Holy Orders, I thank you for your cooperation and release you from requisition. From this moment on, I am at your service. I'm ready to come aboard your ship and head for Football as soon as you deem it possible. That is, if you do not have other business in this system, in which case I'm prepared to assist you in its prompt resolution. Let's remove Aurora's mask. The iron helmet is firmly attached to the heretic's flesh. Her face is impossible to make out in the darkness behind the bars of her mask. After peering at it for a little longer than necessary, you wonder if, for a moment, you saw something more. Let us finish cleansing the monastery, Pascal. Execute. Let the Omnissiah given motive force flow, and all obstacles in its path be eradicated. That's another level. That's another level. Let's go. Let's choose our talent. A lot of martyrs. 10% of their maximum. A lot of martyrs is probably... Unless they're... Lasting impression. Half the bonus granted by remains until end of combat. It does not stack with itself or with bonus granted to but does count as an officer. Yeah, I think lasting impression. Pretty good at persuasion. Pretty good at persuasion already. It's either commerce or coercion. No, let's go with persuasion. Cal, what say you? Weak body, flesh target. Whenever the operative attacks an enemy that is a full fresh target. I was like, flesh target? Okay. Full wounds that attack deals 10 plus perception bonus percentage more damage to them. Yeah, I think. Defensive pattern prediction. The operative suffers less damage from enemies affected by explosion. Sharpshooter. Ballistic calculations. What about... Oh, have... What was it? Skirmish protocols. Under the effects of Machine Spirit Communion, his melee attacks deal an additional gain. A lot of armor. Steel of the Forge. No. Persistence of the Forge. No. Calculated. No. Pinnacle Weaponry. That's the one. First attack in combat with any plasma melter or power weapon deals additional damage equal to the remainder of combat, the bonus damage is increased to intelligence bonus. Question about like, does the Omnissiah axe, is that a power? It is a power. Okay, so yeah, I think that's what we're gonna go for. Right, Pascal archetype. So I think we are taking pinnacle weaponry, and then we'll take weapon skill just to put it up to 60, I guess. We have Heinrichs in damage deflection seems pretty good. Blade of Light. Force weapon attacks deal 1 plus side rating more damage and have... Oh, I think we're gonna take Blade of Light. We can get Athletics. Lord Xenos. Medicaid, Demolition, Athletics. Take Athletics. You know what? We'll take Carouse. Carouse is also represents ability to resist negative effects applied by some poison stimulant. We'll take Carouse. Then we have what deals an additional agility bonus damage to enemies that have no allies in it. Okay. No contempt. Whenever an enemy attacks the warrior's next melee attack. No, I think we're just gonna take contempt. Really, crowd kill. Area attacks deal an additional 1 plus damage. Honestly, I am considering just picking up swift movements because, like, all the people, Abelard seems to be not getting where he needs to be most. Perfect timing is also just... Not stacked, but it can be reactivated after attack. Either it is. Single shot or melee attack against the warrior gains 5 plus 2 times toughness bonus armor. Invigorating hatred. Ends their turn near an enemy affected by a sworn enemy gains. Does that whenever warrior is hit under it, their damage deflection. Yeah, I think we'll just take hardened scars actually, and then I don't know, take them. Yes. Right. We have Argenta. Rapid reload. Rack and ruin. Camaraderie. Unpredictable. Fired up. Deals damage. Their critical damage is increased by 1. Cover efficiency is increased by 10% for full cover and 20%. I think exploit surroundings is pretty. Tenderize. Point blank. Or enough bullets for everyone. Second attack action in turns deals more damage to enemies that do not suffer damage from assault. Fortress. Alacrity. Bolt weapon expert. Let's get bolt weapon expert. Like she's doing the bolt weapon anyway. So bolt weapon expert seems pretty good. We could also get attacks of demons and warp damage. So permanently by half. All enemies in the area of Warhammer Furious reside will gain +1 stack of the disturbed. Enemies that are adjacent to. Okay, we'll take Litany of Purification. Okay, and we can take Bolt Weapon Experts here. Emperor protects. Or any cleansing faith. LA Melton. Do we just bolt weapon or bolt weapon expert? We'll take bolt weapon expert. Wonderful. And then we have Cassia. Cassia. Could take that. I think. We're just gonna keep taking. We're just gonna keep taking navigator abilities. I think. Ebb and flow. Navigator gains an additional action point every odd turn. The navigator gains. Navigator path powers deal 1 additional damage for every 5. Investigating mastery of time. Whenever a creature gains an extra turn, navigator gains attacking. That might be nice. Enemies affected by navigator's abilities suffer a stacking 10% penalty. Distance test from penalty is lost after stable routes. I think we're taking stable routes. Degradation does seem to be like, especially with like Heinrich, if we have another, it does tend to like, it seems to be creeping up. What? Take a look. Perfect. Okay. Aurora had Avenger Gauntlets. All attacks of opportunity deal additional damage. Blasphemous Prism. Class being crafted by cultists of fun. It belongs to their leader, or if you look through it long enough, your vision begins to keep control. Gem of Dark Vitality. Fiction. Radical. Maximum. Taking that.
Keep your wits about you.
Loot place. Now the real question. Okay, so there was a way to go. Okay.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Didn't need to lit our course, but it worked out well enough anyway. I'm really curious though. I mean, really curious. About the whole
Is there money to be made?
About the whole what do you call it?
Let us not dawdle.
But like, I'm really curious about the whole cultist like garment it was being worn over. Like, this is not intimidating at all, by the way. A wall of Electro priests. They're safe.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
Yeah, right. Was some loot. Left.
Keep your wits about you.
I wonder if they stopped the trap rig. Surely. Nope. No, you didn't. Okay.
I have a nose for profit and the taste for adventure.
Wonderful.
Color the uncolored.
Oh, I'm pretty. with that,
I always keep my options open.
we can get out of here. Report our success to the governor. Hopefully, with Aurora dead, that should, if nothing else, it should at least disrupt the cult a little bit. But then again, he has a master, and even that's not.
Is there money to be made?
Return to the void ship we shall. Now what? I'm sure I'll be accosted by something or the other immediately upon return. Especially because the loading screen is taking so long. Ah, Heinrichs.
Rogue Trader. I was somewhat brusque at our first meeting, and I would like to make up for it by expressing my thanks for your assistance in the electrodynamic Cenobium. Your arrival could not have come at a better time. Thanks to you, I have succeeded in finding the object that brought me to this system in the first place. Now that the weapon of corruption has been seized from the cult, I can satisfy the Lord Inquisitor's wish and travel with you to Footfall, once you have finished your business on Rycat. There is one more thing. The Lord Inquisitor gave me this item some time ago. He must have thought it likely that I would find myself aboard this vessel sooner than he. I was instructed to deliver this device to Lady Theodora. However, given recent events, I believe I ought to present it to you. This is an elucidator, a sacred machine capable of translating the languages of remote and lost worlds into Low Gothic. It can even process Xenos languages to a certain degree. Not without infelicities, but possibly well.
Thank you. The Inquisition's generosity is greatly appreciated.
May the elucidator serve House von Valancius as faithfully as it has served the acolytes of the Holy Ordos up to now.
What do you plan to do now?
I would like to offer my assistance in resolving your immediate problems. I am aware that the ship suffered considerable losses during the recent mutiny and was damaged by the cultists' actions, and you have lost many valuable officers as well. You are in a difficult situation. I am at your disposal.
What do you think will become of the electrodynamic Cenobium?
It all depends on the electro-priests who survived the attack. Fortunately for them, the cultists did not manage to seriously corrupt the holy site, partly thanks to the priesthood's efforts. Nevertheless, I would not be surprised if the local explorator fleet decides to audit and purge the damaged units once it hears about what has happened.
I must return to my duties. He's about to say something else when he's interrupted by the sound of a voxing. Someone is trying to contact him.
Thank you for your time. Please consider me at your complete disposal while I am aboard your vessel.
Voxmaster Victus, congratulations on the victory, your lordship. The entire vessel was impatiently awaiting news of your expedition's success. Rumors about you not simply saving the Tech Priest Monastery, but actually eliminating the source of the mutiny are spreading like wildfire. Vox transmissions from across the world, speaking of nothing else. Governor Medine is expecting you at his command center to discuss matters. We're ready to depart immediately. The order. The governor gets to wait for a little bit, I think. Then we also have Idira. To level. Oh. Yeah, I think fresh target for her. Not move this turn. Gain perception bonus, ballistic skill, and int bonus. Calculations. Attacks the target affected by an exploit from a distance of 15 minus perception bonus. Cells are farther. The attack deals 15% more damage. I think this is sniper expertise. Prerequisites perfect spot. Okay. There is perfect spot. Requires perfect spot, which Forced reality. Light a cycle. Right. Manipulation. Good threat. Right. What was it? Perfect spot is it? We just take. Yeah, we'll just take fresh target. In perception bonus. If the operative attacks a target affected by an exploit from a distance of 10 cells or farther, that attack deals damage. I think the fresh target is right. But perception. Then we have inventory, which is lore Imperium, depend on fellowship instead of intelligence and gain that bonus. And we have all attacks of opportunity deal an additional magic bonus to damage. We give this to don't have that, so have that here. LA anyway. This thing gets added to cargo. I can have charge. Added to cargo. Improved armored body glove. Could give you that. How much? How does so 25 and 70 versus 30 and I feel that this is probably 25 and 70 probably. Other armor, back armor, cargo. That's the last kind of cargo. This one will keep. This. That on hand. Right. See. Bolt. Sherman in there. Well. We'll keep that. We'll keep the letter there. Um. Good. Cracked data slate. Finished letter. Beyond the stained glass, the distant star glimmers in darkness, filling you with awe. This. Bunch of code N87204. The final transaction with the Chartists are complete. The Theory Reckoning is now fully equipped. The object has been loaded aboard with its containment intact and placed in the forebay to ensure maximum contact with the target. Coordinates sent and received by bridge. Target is, on time of arrival, insisted. Theory Reckoning is screwed by servitor. Estimated. Okay. About this. Finished letter. His chagrin is irrelevant. Voidweir's mistake cost me too much. Years of work, tremendous resources, all wasted. He has failed at what he was supposed to be unapproachable at, uncovering spies. This one was a senior officer. I'm not about to discard him. Conrad has served me for too long for his removal to go painlessly for the Protector. Besides, he is no fool. He could not have seriously expected to become the next in the von Valencia's line when his skills and talent as Master of Whispers are so valuable. Let his disinheritance serve as a humiliating but instructive lesson from which he may yet learn. Oh, he learned. Wrong lesson, my dear Theodora, but he learned. Off to the bridge we are. Okay, that was right. Let's. Where is? Oh, literally right next to me. Heinrichs, let's talk. Looks at you intently. His head is tilted. I know nothing about you, Heinrichs. Could you tell me a little bit about yourself?
I'm usually the one interested in the pasts of those around me, not the reverse. I come from a night world, Guizorn 3. I belong to a branch of one of the noble houses until my exceptional abilities were discovered. After that, I was sent on a black ship to Holy Terra, where I was trained, and I began my service for the glory of the Imperium.
Right. So yeah, so Night World, as said, are they're generally worlds that follow are both somewhat lacking in technological prowess, but they also follow strict feudal sort of rules of hierarchy. And they're called Night Worlds, not because they would just be called feudal worlds otherwise, but they also have Imperial Knights, which are these hulking, massive combat walkers. Some of them smaller, some of them larger, but they are even the medium-sized one, if you can call it that, are much larger than a regular house would be. We're talking not exactly skyscraper tall, but multi-storied building tall here. And they have weaponry and defenses to in broad and they as said they follow a strict sort of feudal hierarchy, and they have seneschals, they have barons, they have dukes, they have yeah. So very sort of I'm not sure if it's I can't recall when was the whether it's one of those that they're fairly recent in the sense of on the tabletop 40k game, and obviously they're too those engines of war are too large to be on for the Rogue Trader game itself, because it's more of a you have a party of people, a small skirmish scale type of fighting, right? So the Black Ship is another thing, which is basically like they are ships that are designed to house psychers, and I mean imprison rather than house, really, because like psychers are basically shunted into prison cells on the black ships, and they like it's the first of many tests that they have to endure, and if they can endure it and like come out sane, they have a chance of becoming like a sanctioned psyker. And like the crew of the black ships is like extremely disciplined. They also get like their memories and minds wiped like on occasion, as a sort of regular part of their job description, because of the fact that like they don't like, because if a psyker goes crazy or just happens to like, I don't know, spontaneously start combusting with the raw power of like the warp, the guards need to be prepared for that and need to not have a single thing that the psyker can sort of latch onto in their minds to manipulate or otherwise. Do you remember your home planet?
I do, but I have no ties to my homeworld now. None except my first name. I left Guizhon 3 when I was still a child. My family disowned me, stripping me of my family name. I was given a new one by those who trained me. Even for a noble, being branded a psyker is a mark of eternal shame. I experienced that firsthand before I was put on the black ship.
I mean, some noble houses disagree, but yeah, psychers and like are seen with a lot of fear. And for a good reason. How did you discover your ability?
Like many psychers unaware of their curse, I found out when a strong emotional reaction triggered an involuntary response. My great aunt had a pet grink. One day, it bit me, and I boiled it from inside out. And when my great aunt slapped me for what I'd done, I boiled her too.
Sorcerer's powers are truly dangerous. I hope you have mastered your abilities since then.
When I arrived on Holy Terra and was tested, I was found to be suitable material for becoming a sanctioned psyker, able to bend his curse to his own will. I can assure you that the adepts of the Astra Telepathica were right in their assessment.
Right. Adeptus Astra Telepathica is not like, is an oft like sort of falls to the wayside sort of organization in the Imperium, but it is their black ships, and it is their duty to like keep tabs on and train all like the psychers that the Imperium has. Tell me about the black ship.
Picture a vast prison ship filled with frightened, angry psychers who can't control their abilities and who have just lost their homes and their families. Some of them were children and adolescents like I was. Some were monstrous creatures who no longer had the right to be called human, or psychopaths who reveled in their impure powers. Once, when one of the miscreants broke free, those in command simply depressurized the bay and got rid of the culprit, along with the prisoners and crew tainted by him. But even after that, I heard the echo of inhuman suffering and terror that filled that part of the ship. It grieves me to recall that episode to this day.
You were sent to the Inquisition straight after training?
No. First, I was accorded the status of a psyker fit for service in the Imperial Guard, where I then spent several years. It was only afterward that I became an agent of the Golden Throne.
Huh. Fair enough. Let us talk about something else. How long have you served in the Inquisition?
Since the day of my initiation as an acolyte. So, decades. How many real years it's been, it's hard to say. When I return from a journey through the warp, I often discover that much more or much less time has passed in real space.
You visited many worlds during your service, I'll wager.
Indeed. I have visited many of the places brought to the Emperor's light, and those sullied by the filth of the arch-enemy. In truth, even after all these years spent visiting the various corners of the Imperium and looking beyond its borders, I still consider the Segmentum Solar to be the greatest of all humanity's bastions. Nothing compares to the majesty of Holy Terra, the might of Mars, the grandeur of the Segment's other worlds.
What duties have you been carrying out for the Inquisitor?
You can't really be expecting me to answer that question, can you?
Yeah. Also very fair. For someone who's been in service for decades, you certainly look young.
The first step for biomancers such as myself is to take control of the processes of their own body, including aging. I've endured innumerable hazards in my work. If I allowed every trace of them to remain, I would look completely different today.
I mean, nobles and, like, important people such as Inquisitors and their retinue also have access to what are called rejuvenant treatments, which are essentially supercharged sort of skin and de-aging treatments. Like, if I remember correctly, like, there are nobles who have been around for a couple of centuries who still look like they're, like, in their 30s or 40s, essentially.
Gladly.
You're not the Inquisitor's only acolyte, correct?
Of course not. The Lord Inquisitor's entourage comprises dozens of people. The best of the best. Experts in various fields and disciplines. Some of them I know personally. Others I've never met. To be honest, I'm not even certain that the people I know are still alive. I used to work with other acolytes of the Lord Inquisitor, but in the Coronis Expanse, I've been working alone.
Wandering among the stars without family or friends. Don't you get lonely?
I rarely have the time or the opportunity to think about it.
If you're an interrogator, doesn't mean you hold a special position in the retinue?
We are not a retinue. We are acolytes. As for your question, I am closer than anyone else to the one I call my personal teacher. The Lord Inquisitor deemed me worthy of undertaking the most important and sensitive tasks requiring the attention of agents of the Golden Throne.
Are there other acolytes in the Coronis Expanse? Yes, there are, but he's not going to tell us that, is he?
Such as?
What can you do as a psychic?
The Lord Inquisitor was most insistent that I master the discipline of Santic Demonology. I use my faith and my power to crush the enemies of the Imperium. Servants of Chaos tremble at the sound of the Emperor's name, uttered by my lips. I am also a skilled biomancer. I can manipulate bodily processes. Sometimes I resort to those skills in the course of my work, when it is necessary to make the subject of an interrogation more cooperative.
I want you to leave my retinue. I must take my leave. Right. I wonder if... What the... There were some rather loud footsteps, I guess. Or potentially something else. Oh. Gaul's not here. Gaul is now down there. Okay. With Abel. Oh.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
I want to know the truth about you.
The request is approved. I did conceal certain information. I was a student of Archmagus Amanat, but I committed an act of betrayal after he deviated from sacred dogma.
What did Amarnath do?
He fell into schism and challenged the sacred boundaries of knowledge. The blessed Amarnath claimed the limits of what is permitted must be expanded, because by refusing to explore certain law, we find ourselves in contempt of the seventh universal law. Comprehension is the key to all things. My mentor put forth a thesis claiming that we have stagnated, that ritual is now nothing but a cage for souls and forced worship of the Omnissiah. He sought to break the cycle of mindless repetition because he saw the inevitable demise of our faith and all humanity at the end of it.
Fascinating.
Acknowledged.
How did you betray Amarnath?
The teachings of the blessed Amarnath spread, and word of it reached the conclave of the Cognizant fleet. They recognized his teachings as tech heresy. Many tech priests suddenly vanished or were subjected to server penance for minor transgressions. The students of Amarnath, whose number included many enlightened and respected brothers, resisted. My prognosis showed that our most likely future was a schism and a fratricidal war that would destroy the Cognizant's fleet. That was when I headed to the Conclave. I confessed and handed the information about my mentor's research over to the Conclave. Brazen, anathematic studies of the Forbidden Law. The Conclave could use that data to summon Archmagos Amarnath to stand trial and compel him to repent on pain of excommunicate Traitoris. His subsequent fate is unknown to me.
You acted as a loyal son of the Imperium should.
I pray that the Omnissiah grants us wisdom to overcome the dialectic differences that divide us.
But why did you go to Rykat Minoris?
I was summoned there by a message that was encrypted with the Blessed Amarnath's personal code, and could be interpreted in several ways. One thing was certain. We were in danger, and I had to go to Rykat Minoris.
Tech priest named Abel. Who is he?
Assessing his personality is difficult. The spirit of Brother Abel is different from that of most people. Tech comrades of the Cog call such persons quiet ones. He possesses significant intellect, but shuns communication. So far, I have not been able to determine why Abel summoned me to Rykat Minoris, how he is related to the Blessed Amarnath, or why he bears the same name as me. Perhaps Reverend Abel may not be fully able to actualize and interpret the available data.
What are you gonna do next?
I was wrong when I assumed it was the Blessed Archmagos Amarnath who assumed the guise of Abel Haneman. But there is a connection between him and the Reverend Abel, and I intend to uncover the nature of this link.
I have no more questions.
Acknowledged. I will return to ruminating on the search for the Blessed Amarnath.
I must take my leave.
May your labors be effective and fruitful.
Servant of the Omnissiah you saved from the Electro Priest Monastery, calls himself Abel Hanuman, staring intently at a cogitator which Myers connects the sacred computing machine to augmentics inside the skull of tech servants who are whispering something, their heads bowed in prayer. Abel looks up at you. After a lengthy silence, he looks away and says stiffly, "The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all." How are you feeling, Abel? The running of the Binharic protocols was bogged down and unsolved in false commands. Filter has Tech Brother Abel has passed the diagnostic. The pernicious influence of sacrilegious procedures has been completely eliminated. Statistically, most survivors of schismaticals infestations are left with severe cognitive impairment. However, Tech Brother Abel's mind, being a less typical nature, has not been damaged to that great of a degree. Why do you and Pascal both call yourself by the same name? Abel freezes. From his vox synth, barely audible through the static, comes the word. Naming of the names is not an index to the text. Naming of the names is the text. Abel's answers can be enigmatic. His mind works differently from ours. He thinks in harmonic imagery and notices the symmetries and proportional relationships of the world around him. Poetry would be the closest analogy to how he perceives and interacts with realism. I never thought there were poets among tech priests. Why would there not be? Technolingua is rhythmical and possesses a broad semantic scope. Some of its more sonorous dialects lend themselves well to individual and symphonic recitals. Fair enough. Pascal, do you understand what Abel is hinting at? Negative. However, I will hypothesize. Tech Brother Abel is seeking to convey the idea that our matching identifiers are not the key to some important information. They are, in and of themselves, the important information. At this stage in my analysis, I can draw no useful conclusions from that conversation. However, the very fact that Tech Brother Abel is trying to hint at something points to him either better informed than me, or having conducted a more in-depth analysis of the situation. That is useful data. Abel, could you please explain what you mean? Relaxes a little, his gaze drifts. There is silence. Fair enough. Are we overthinking it? It doesn't matter why your names matched. What matters is that they matched. Is that what you mean? At this point in time, the cycle has been broken and reshaped into a rising spiral. Armana invisible. On hearing, they are connected. My hypothesis regarding Abel's connection to the blessed Amarnat has been confirmed. What are you working on? We catch the soul of the light in the solar wind. We look for the footsteps the Omnicide left when we walked the desert. This is an aromantic computation procedure. The depersonalized minds of these machine servants are in a data dream, processing enormous arrays of assorted data and aggregating them. Virtually all results of such synthesis are scrap data, but occasionally we have noted coincidences whose exactness defies logic. It is a fairly rare and venerated form of statistical augury, but Tech Brother Abel is adept at this form of appealing to the Deus Mechanicus. Why do you do it? It is how we carry out the quest for knowledge in the hope that the machine god grants us an epiphany, so that we may discern a logical connection in a heap of observed data, which will propel our comprehension forward. Respect the sacred machine. Hair has been removed from every servitor's head. Their bulky cerebral augmentics cover their skulls like helmets. The faces of the cogitator's servants are blank. Their eyes are closed. The lips are incessantly whispering what sounds like gibberish. Hundreds of lines of symbols containing preserved information are scrolling down the cogitator's windscreen. Abel Hanuman is peering at it with voracious interest, in sharp contrast to his usual calm. Let's look for logical connections within the data. Most runes are devoid of any meaning, but you notice a few among them that combine into formulae and computational graphs. Abel peers at you inquisitively, then shifts his gaze to the windscreen, and you could swear that a smile lights up his face under his respiratory augment. A crystal is exquisite in clear water. Deviation from the cycle's trajectory has been increased, as was Amarnat's wish. Abel lowers his head, and his vox synthesizer broadcasts a Benhamric hymn you don't recall having heard before. Its sound is full of vibrant energy, and its precise rhythm is nothing short of pleasing to the ear. Rare thing for the language of the adept. Pascal explains with an inexplicable air of pride. Tech Brother Abel has dedicated a lesser aria to you. The piece is distinguished by a high degree of acoustic harmony and is fit for use as a motto, auxiliary identifier, or epitaph. Thank you for the generous gift. Gift is disproportionate, but it does signify a personal liking. My interest in this subject has been exhausted. Have you heard what Abel said? It looks like we have contributed to Amarnath's design and deviated from the cycle. What does that mean to you? Low guttural sound rises from the depths of Pascal's Voxen, as though the planet's tectonic plates are shifting and crushing each other. That mighty rumble brings forth words imbued with power. Follow a path charted by a great mind, but that path leads to dark places. The cycle has the advantage of predictability. Abandoning it will plunge the collective into a perilous space of uncertainty, which will inevitably lead to disaster and risk of downfall for all. The doctoring and discontinuing the cycle may be good tidings, or it may be a death sentence. Only the Omniscient knows all and comprehends all. Others are mere prophets who interpret his wisdom as far as their own comprehension enables them. Is that not the promise of every heresy? Let's renounce our path, distort our doctrine, head out towards what looks like a better, actually only has danger. As flawed as the status quo is, it has helped us survive for the past 10 millennia. Therefore, it is efficient. Better to die fighting against change than to rot alive. I will not presume to make pronouncements on the future. Disaster is just another word for new opportunity. Not missing it is what it's all about. Flawed as the status quo is, it has helped us survive for the past 10 millennia. Therefore, it is efficient. Better to die fighting against change than rot alive. What does that mean? Better to die fighting against change than to rot alive. Oh, as in the change is the rot and... As flawed as the status quo is, it has helped us survive. Therefore, it is efficient. 13th universal law attests to the truth of your words. Knowledge of the ancients is above question. However, drawing the line between the ancients and the fallible ones who followed in their footsteps is no easy task. There is doubt in Hector's voice, the tone thundering profoundly drains from Pascal, giving away his ability. I must take my leave. Abel looks away at once, as if he's lost all interest. And however, his walk says, I am glad to see you. Aww. Abel likes us. That's nice. There is a servitor there who is apparently just T-posing. Right. Anything new for you, Abelard?
Lord Captain.
Nope. Okay.
Lord Captain.
Dialogue then. Walks Master Victus. Walk Spirit brought you anything interesting lately? Nothing? Okay. Anything? We'll go over our
Words cannot describe how I have enjoyed your
don't think there's anything.
Greetings.
Let's ask. What is it that's keeping you in threat?
This ship was targeted by heretical pirates, which means that my presence here and the assistance I provide to you are my sacred duty. Sooner or later, I will likely have to return to Footform to protect its reliquary. But for now, I wish to remain a part of the Rogue Trader's crew.
It pleases me to have a servant of the Golden Throne in my crew. May the enemies of the tremble. I wonder. I mean, I enjoy your company, Argenta. I hope that you remain in the crew and that the ship becomes your home.
Those are very courteous words, rogue trader. Thank you, both for your words and your hospitality.
Gives you another somewhat puzzle. I wonder. Alright, let's talk to Abelard. I think
Lord Captain,
you may call me by my first name if you wish.
I thank you for the honor, but I must decline. As a former military officer, I believe in the importance of order in all things, including the chain of command. You are the Lord Captain, my direct superior. I am not prepared to address you in any way other than as regulation dictates.
Fair enough.
Lord Captain.
I figured that was going to be the case, but like, might as well give him the opportunity anyway. Let's talk to the... Have you ever heard the name Fear Reckoning? From what I can tell, it's a void ship or something. Afraid it's not immediately familiar to me, your lordship. Please, allow me a moment. I say, Oswald Valanche did indeed sign a contract with the owner of a vessel with the designation Fear Reckoning. There are transactions, records of the ship picking up cargo from Kiev Gamma. This is odd. The data log ends there. Apparently the ship had some interactions with one of the workshops on your industrial world. I beg your pardon, your lordship, but that is the extent of the assistance I can provide you in regards to this particular. Fair enough. Enough questions for now. I shall return later. Right. Let's go talk to Idira. Okay. You seem to have a very strong reaction to what Argenta said by the broken bank.
It was just my nerves playing up. Something about our little saint doesn't sit right with me, and I trust my gut. Oh sure, she seems straight as an arrow and as predictable as a hangover after drinking. But when I look at her, something about her makes my brain itch. After that conversation, I tried to listen to what was being said about her. Beyond the door, what I heard was strange. Blood in her past, twilight in her present, and something like a star leading her. But where is it leading her? I saw several roads, and all of them frightened me.
Maybe we should warn Argenta.
Oh yeah, you go ahead and tell her the wicked Psyker has divined something about her. She'll be so pleased and grateful, and of course she'll listen to what you have to say. No, that would be pointless. And anyway, I'm not even sure what it all means. Maybe the danger is to her? Or maybe the danger's coming from her.
He's full of animosity, but you also detect concern, even a hint of pity and compassion. Got a new story for me, Idira?
You bet I do, Lord Captain. Okay, so, we went to Footfall once? Well, I mean, Lord Captain Theodora went to Footfall a lot. But on that occasion, she took me with her for some reason. My day had gotten off to a bad start. My head had been yammering since I woke up, but there was nothing else for it. I had to go. We arrived at the place, and what a place! All the gentlemen and ladies dressed to kill, showing off their encrusted implants, all clustered around little tables. Well, turned out it was a gaming den. And not just any gaming den, but one run by somebody with deep pockets for people with just as much cash to splash. You should have seen it. People gambling away planets in a game of regicide. Anyway, so the Lord Captain wanted me to help her beat some guy. So I tell her, the chips won't land in your favor. You'll get a bad hand. Don't sit down at that table, your ladyship. But did she listen? Of course she didn't. If there's one thing she never lacked, it's stubbornness. So they sat down and the cards were dealt. I'm hovering around like I'm not involved, but I'm keeping my eye on things. And everything in my head keeps getting louder and louder. Anyway, it's a good thing I realized in time that my mind wasn't going haywire over a losing hand, but something else. I made some excuse to drag the Lord Captain up from the table and took her away from that place. And a few minutes later, the room where we'd been... It turned out some wise guy had the same bright idea to bring a pet psyker along with him. One of those ones who just scuttle around in Footfall's underbelly. And the psyker just freaked out, I guess. After all the commotion, people went to see what happened in the room. And they'd all gone for each other's throats. Literally. With teeth. And I think they completely detached that asteroid from Footfall and pushed it off into open space so it would head off toward the local star.
A story.
Of course. Always at your service. Whenever you need me.
I wonder if talking to Argenta after that revelation. I assume she's not going to take it.
Greetings.
Okay. It doesn't. Fair enough. So we've pretty much talked to all of our companions, and I think it is time then. Save game. Now that we've done that, Cronus expands map, because there is Ricard Majoris. We're gonna go and inspect this before we go and talk to the governor. What is that? Unidentified void ship. Augurs noticed a large object among the lifeless rocks covering the planet. Void ship. The signature and origin are impossible to identify. Is resting on the edge of a deep ravine. Hull of the unidentified vessel is severely damaged. Rocks around it shattered by the force of the gigantic machine's crash landing. Augurs haven't detected any vital signs aboard or near the vessel. Send a squad to the planet to explore the void ship. Or Xenos has succeeded. Landing party reports via Vox as soon as they touch down. The colossal void ship before them is covered with spikes. It resembles a morbid beast sculpted from darkness itself, menacingly hanging over the ravine. Any experienced veteran accurately determines the origin of the unholy vessel. It belongs to the Xenos race called Kari. Ready to collapse at any moment, the void ship emits a long, woeful creak as if promising to drag along into the abyss below anyone who dares to disturb its slumber. Hero tells the Lord Captain voices in her head are screaming, repeating the words harbinger, darkness, and death. Not wanting to tempt destiny, Rogue Trader decides to recall people. Argenta eagerly says that the only good Xenos is a dead one. A true servant of the Emperor shouldn't soil their hands with Xenos technology. Rogue Trader orders that more people be sent to the Xenos void ship to collect any valuable findings. Being the God Emperor's chosen, the Rogue Trader won't go digging around Xenos trash. The artifacts of the enemies of humanity should be wiped from Corona's expanse. Okay. I definitely want to find out what's happening. I definitely want to know what's happening. Kari ship. Hera tells the Lord Captain that the voices in their head are screaming, repeating words harbinger, darkness, and death. Not wanting to tempt destiny, Rogue Trader decides to recall people. Yeah, we're gonna Abelard. We're gonna go him. After 2 watches of hard labor, workers managed to stabilize the Drakari void ship. Soldiers who entered the vessel were met with lifeless bodies of Xenos who had died when the void ship crashed. The void ship itself, following its abominable, came to life, immediately craving to stage its wicked habit. The vessel's systems have reacted to intruders, and senselessly cruel, deadly traps have been activated. All death. Monstrous contraptions designed to mince, rip apart, and incinerate their victims took the soldiers by surprise, but were neutralized before the squad suffered significant losses. Soldiers found several curious pieces of xenotech on the sinister void ship, but no data could shed some light on why it came to the records. Okay, assortment of Drakari barbed needles, Drakari shatter shard, and piercing splinter cannon. Okay, that's it. And huh. Hmm. We don't have any. We don't have any. Have scrap. Uh, leave that be. Right. All the things. All the things. Ari. Agent of the Golden Throne, interrogator of the Order of Xenos, right hand of the Energon Call, sanctioned psyker in the service of the Holy Emperors. Okay, we got a level. Wonderful. Mr. Janrock. Shipping and transportation of some goods. Let's see. What does the Fellowship avoid? If we get more stuff off of them, we can get force grenades. War world. War world. I think there is a war world. Is that a misnomer? Or does that mean fortress world? Hulker gloves. Yeah, if the wearer's range attack hits an enemy, the wearer gains 5% bonus to critical hit chance for same enemy. Formal. This doesn't have a special attack of attack. Noise suppression helmet. Wearer kills an enemy in 1 cell radius with a shot they give. Zoa pattern auto. None of these really. Like again, it's the camouflage robe. Wearer's range attack increase their target's dodge by 5%. Like camouflage robe is like the thing on Reaper Cave. 12% dodge reduction with LA area. Blinding up Ritobi pattern rates. Pneumo boots. +1 AP less. Again, War World. Medal of Alacrity. Wearer targets an ally with Bring It Down ability. First down and come. Right. Right. So we have a we have a plasma pistol on our tech priest, so we don't need that. Psychic body glove. Where ignores first critical hit. Dodge if the wearer's willpower is more. Do we take? Handleless helmet when the wearer kills a target with an exploit. With an exploit using a single or deadeye shot nearest. It's not. That's not worth 7. I don't think. Mizua pattern bolt. Stabilizing brace. Wearer uses running gun. They get ability bonus. So, like stabilizing bracers, like that's definitely worth it. Modified bolter is better bolter. Right. Target weapon. We could probably throw enough to get to the next level. Panic. Hide on. Throw some more ranged weaponry. Components. There we go. Right. We're at reputation 5, and we can only trade up to 4. But we definitely want to get Ceramite Stormtrooper Carapace. That's the thing that we want to get them. Fellowship of the Void. Medal of Alacrity is deals. Really want to business pirates. Don't approve of piracy in the in the system of the God Emperor. Right. Let's get those level ups done, shall we? So not putting it in ballistics. Can't put it in fellowship. Toughness or put it this way. And forge. Distance of the forge. And some dodge. Okay. Just full critical hits from a single target attack. Or if the servant kills the target, then the noble dealt damage to last turn. Plus maybe. Noble servants gain +2 movement points every turn. You protect me. You do something. Uses an ability on their servant. Servant gains +1 AP. Weapons. Firing heavy weapons. No. Fiery weapon. Weapon. Full. Yep, we just take dueling. Right. Idira. Striker can use damaging like power while force free up. our gun. Fate break. Yes, yeah. Toughness. And Mastery of Time. Whenever a creature in combat against him. I think Mastery of Time seems pretty okay. No. Perilous Ways. No. Threads and Faults. No. Unblinking Stare. Enemies damaged by Navigator suffer an additional perception bonus damage from all attacks. Cannot dodge. Undam the Sea of Soul. Armor under my protection now. But Force untraveled. But that hasn't been okay. Perception, ebb and flow. Blood augury. D. 3-5 bonus turn. Mastery of Tongue. I think we should Mastery of Argenta. Oh, fish. Field of Faith. Athletics. Awareness. Oh, well. Alright, Abelard. And pump up strength. Pump up weapons. Here, maybe? We just take perfect timing now. Not active. I'll be honest, like, get off me. Knocking them prone. Pretty useful. Knocks enemies prone. Do we take Grenadier? Haven't really been using a lot of grenades. Give him a heavy armor. Heavy armor. Just take more. You know what? We'll give him heavy armor. He is the tank. No, that's a heavy weapon. Heavy armor. What all of our inquisitors? Willpower. And both. Almost heroes. Rating is critical hit. I assume better his die for the or right man. Still mine. 25% chance to regain AP. Force reality. Nope. Barrage. Nope. Sight. Nope. Stabilizing factor. Pure threat. Adrenaline surge. First turn of every combat. All psychic press. +/-1. That's her immunity. Psyker is healed or heals any ally. Character being healed is already at full wounds. That character instead gains temporary wound. Life. Whenever a psyker heals themselves or another with a psychic power or an effect applied by a psychic power, this healing can critically heal. Critical heal chance is increased by all of the effects that increase hit chance. When the psyker's allies or the psyker themselves are under the effects of the psychic power, they gain +1 toughness for each such effect. Effect applied by the psyker. I think strange vitality is probably we're applying at least like 2 psychic. When the psyker's allies or the psych are under the effects of the psychic powers, I assume they have to come from him. That to work. High rating 2. High rating 2. First level. Range vitality. Corpus conversion. An enemy adjacent to an ally. That ally gets attacking corpus. Blah blah blah. Psyker's next psychic power that targets only the target with corpus. Yeah. I think strange vitality. We'll go with it. Right. We're one level away from maximum, and I feel that after going, like, we probably will get that level after we're done. After we've gone to, we have gone to the Governor's Palace. Right. I don't think there's anything else in the system, so we're gonna head for Rycat Minoris once again. Talk to the governor. And hopefully get replenishments. Right. To the bunker. I think we're gonna leave out of it. Are we? I have some questions, I'll be honest. I think we're gonna bring in Idira and leave Argenta out. I have some questions because, like, the weird... Some of these cultists, like, just had the cultist thing grabbed on them over, like, actual military uniforms. Like, definitely rubbing me the wrong way. Right, let's go. Cal's level up done as well. Good. Why do we put it on this though? Put in both. Plasma weapon expert. Maybe we'll give him plasma weapon. We already gave him pinnacle weapon. Honestly, can't give the choice. If we could have given him the breaking point, right? Heavy weapons. Dual weapon combat, no flame. Power weapon expert, plasma weapon. He already has a power weapon that he's going to use, and he's going to be using that particular one like all this time. So combat master. Plasma weapon is questionable, but I think power weapon expert for him is. He's going to keep using that axe or like any other axes. Doing something. Right, tech piece sports frame. Governor Medina. Greetings again, your lordship. Master One Calyx, it pleases me to see you in good health. I hope that you accomplished what you intended to at the Alternate Canopium. After an uncomfortably long pause, Medina clears his throat and quickly thanks you. I can't express how grateful I am for your help. Now that the insidious heretics' designs have been thwarted, nothing stands in the way of my plan or yours. With Aurora dead, the spirit of revolt is waning. Entire squads of rebels are surrendering. Witnessing the final days of the uprising, I have already signed the order to allocate 2,000 first-class void transfer tickets. Wonderful. I would also like to salute the savior of Rycat Minoris, and I have already a festive celebration to be held in your honor. We will celebrate your victory with an ancient custom. Triumph. You will drive through the city streets accompanied by a guard of honor, as befits the hero who has vanquished Imperium's enemies, while your trophies will be displayed to the jubilant crowd. Once you have concluded your business system, are ready for the triumph to begin. Speaks and blindly reaches for the air in front of him. Oh, for Grok's sake, what the... I can't... Pitch black darkness. Another prophecy. I have no idea. Darkness just enveloped. Bam. Some kind of veil. I'm not going blind. Darkness is the only thing I can feel. No idea what that means, but the whole thing reeks like that. I don't like the look of it. You have no doubt been through a lot. Small wonder. Well, being your own. Yeah. Other business.
Should I divine our next step?
Right. deal with unfinished final dawn. Turns are done. I mean, why isn't this rumor gone? We already know it. Yeah, I think that is just a picture. We're done. Ready for my triumph.
The future is never certain.
I will lead us to fortune.
Idira is not exactly the... Off we go then. Yeah, bringing Idira was probably the correct thing. One thing that I don't know is like, what does the... It's probably gonna be the cultists are gonna do like their one final effort of trying to, disrupt peace and cause chaos and all of that. That's what's gonna happen. We shall talk to the Master of Therapy. Lordship, peerless Lord Benevolentius. I'm the Master of Ceremonies for Rykard Minorities. Everything is in place for you. Allow me to give you a brief summary of things. Speak. We'll take the road, now familiar to you, from here to Stop. You'll be accompanied by your comrades in arms and a guard of honor. The body of the heretic known as the Prophet Aurora will be pulled in your wake as a battle. Stop is planned in the middle of the road. There, grateful citizens will rush towards you, praising you for their service. Not to worry, this is a thoroughly choreographed interlude. The group of grateful people will be composed exclusively of loyal citizens vetted by us. Members of the military, young people, attractive and physically too healthy. Once they have said their praise, the procession will move on. Governor Medinev will await you by the stop. It is also where the fire has been built for burning the body of the heretic known as Aurora. You will be handed a flamer blessed by a representative of the Ecclesia. You can choose to personally perform the burning, but if you wish to underscore the amicable alliance between House Benevolentius and House Winterscale, it would be fitting to pass the honor of the burning to Governor Medinev. However, the choice is yours. An excellent plan. I'm ready to start the triumph. Of course. Right. I'm not so certain everything will go as surrounded by evil repelling emblems. Aurora's corpse looks like a tiny island of gloom in the glorious ocean of your impending triumph. The governor's people must have paid a lot of work into protecting the body from decay while sawing off the grim iron-faced mask. Ooh. The dead prophet has the weary, unremarkable face of an utterly nondescript commoner. The one aberration of her appearance is many small mouths on her cheeks and forehead. They have been painstakingly sewn shut with a thick thread and plastered over with a layer of face powder. Cosmetics transformed the heretic's face into an eerie mask. The corner of her mouth is frozen and into a grin, wryly mirrored by her lesser mouth. Pleased to be mine. I will hunt down all your accomplices, wherever they may be, and they will all follow you into the fight. Not a sound comes in response. As soon as you blink, the corner of the corpse's mouth moves upward. That's at all. That is not at all. Eerie. Mount attacking. Commence the triumphant march. Okay. whatever reason, you know for certain that right at this moment, the gaze of Aurora's dead, empty eye socket is fixed on the back of your head. A thought surfaces in your mind, not a voice inside your head, no, a mere thought. We're all going to die, fuddled, deprived, never having seen the truth. All because of you, enemy. It is my pleasure to protect an Imperium world and its honest inhabitants. May the light of the eternal Terra shine on us all. What? They're coming out of the darkness. They're stealing the light. The darkness is insatiable, and behind them, behind these thieves, an ineffable eye follows, watching. Hold it. Oh no. Yep. Who could have not seen this coming? I'm gonna assume that that like warning the soldiers made no difference there. Oh. Oh, those are Drukhari vessels, all right. Oh no. Are those Drukhari vessels? Oh boy. Oh boy. They collapsed the sun? That doesn't seem very good for our health.
You will beg for mercy, but I will grant none. Crush him!
Right. Okay. Anointed cultists, anointed cultists, anointed cultists, annoying cultists, what they actually are. They stand no real chance of winning. Leader of fire starting. Okay, so we got a leader over there. Acolyte. They have mostly melee over there. Cassia. Bell. There. Abelard. How's the initiative? We have Cassia first. And then we got one of the enforcers. We have an anointed cultist all the way over there. Gal, we've got an anointed cultist. We have an enforcer. Then we have Heinrich, Avalon, Kira, Violet. They're not there. You are not going there. You are going here. Heinrich. There, Abelard, below Heinrich, Val, That's what we're doing. Lady Cat. Island.
Another foe painted black.
We don't have a. We'll give that over to Kira and then.
Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
But of course.
Be gone.
Oh no! Okay, she. Okay, he just kind of an ancient guy.
I'll make it happen.
Okay. Let's see. What's
Anything else? What an unfortunate turn of fate.
right?
Let's make some opportunities.
Walk over here. Find that book. Cassia. Actually, you.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. I have read tomes of military tactics. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Related to.
No! These ruby flashes are choking me!
Running binaric override.
There. How much help I intimidated them? And go for a swing. Okay. Okay. Run through the hell.
Prevails.
Right. So.
Naturally.
Here.
But of course, Lord Captain.
That.
I need a foothold.
Right, Abelard. What do you want?
My place is at the fore. Indeed. Victory is imminent. At your back, I took care of this.
Right,
For von Valencia. A tactically sound approach. I will do my duty. I'm not interested. It will be done. Target well struck. Indeed. Reduced to dust.
and right.
They who discern the future own the battlefield. Will do. Was that you? Or what? Of course.
It's the temporary setback.
Please don't kill yourself by running. What's this? Get smacked by Cassia. Oh, the emulation of soul got him. Right.
I'll see to it personally.
You're, Heinrich is too far. I'm like, no, maybe?
Who, if not me?
No.
It's as good as done.
You're,
Anything else? Farewell.
I'll make it happen. Your end.
fortunate.
Here's my perfect moment.
Cover me! Will do. What an unfortunate turn of fate. On it.
Abelard is not faced. Enforcer. Nice.
You don't frighten me.
Ah, the cultist gets away. Oh. Oh. Nasty. Okay. More. Are they reasonable? Entirely unreasonable. And
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Isn't this a job for the servants? Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Messiah condemned.
I will. Alright, Enforcer, well done. Abelard.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
As the tactical imperative dictates,
Tactical imperative.
the Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. Running by narrative right. My vow is to serve.
God damn it.
Oh, my ears.
I won't go down easy. For the throne's glory, be gone.
Back way.
Let's see to it. I won't object.
It will be done. I took care of this one. I will do like you do.
Fire there.
Anything else? We'll do it. Anything else?
Be gone.
But of course.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
I'm ready for whatever comes. You never stood a chance.
Wow, it does the actual fleshy sense that it rolls down there. Okay.
On it.
And he runs down. Almost kills that. Dark prayer. Wonderful.
Step aside. The navigator is coming. Isn't this a job to try to die with grace, at least? If I may. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
High momentum. Activate calculated fury algorithm. Running binary override. The omniscient knows all. Comprehends all.
Alright, that's the last of them. We lost one defender. Humbeat comes alive. Victor's voice struggles to get through the thundering. Captain, this is Boxmaster. Please send we're en route to the starport. Pull yourself together, Lady Class, and do not resist. It's a simple technique that will bring you relief. Friendly. Makes me so nervous. Not being friendly. What's happening is beyond normal cultist scheming. We can't afford to lose a single fighter. Red, black, and lots of blinding white fear. Whole cities, whole world. Less talk, more action. It's Victor's thing, okay? Must move out towards the starport at once. The shuttles aren't going to find us. We observe. Back to base. Nice turn. Anyone have any idea what just happened? Only an incomplete picture. Every warp active personnel is sensing the presence of sorcery, surprising like a non. I have hardly ever encountered any. Most remarkably, sorcery cannot, however, set off. I saw blurry shadows reaching for a ball of bright fire and pulling it away, and another shadow, much larger, more terrifying, that followed. It opened its colossal eye when the other was on. Saw no connection, no complicity. Like a loop catching on a hook. Small terror made another, greater one, crawl out of its lair and act. What I can say is that I only see death in Reykjavik. Death and nothing else. I mean it's immediate. You know, it's time to leg it. We're not abandoning people in distress. Everyone can come with us. Bar and I must get weapons. Anyway, we'll catch up with you. Might even pick up some people for civilians. Alright. All we can do now is try to make it to Starport. Bad news. Not unexpected. That's it. Let's move out. Oh boy. And all this. Cannot. For the life of me, I cannot.
Rise to the top, or
Help.
get left in the dust.
Cannot help but think. Governor is somehow responsible. Somehow in on this.
Always keep your eye on the prize. Keep your wits about you.
Off we go. Alright. Right. Damn chaos. Always ruining a good, like perfectly good parade. Also, I'm genuinely just surprised that the like we're getting any signal whatsoever from the Voxmaster of the ship. I'm slightly sad that we don't have
I always keep my options open.
I think you had one enemy mine? I mean... Okay. So this is the demon just taking on the guise of our road.
I always have a backup plan. Your arrogance will be your downfall.
I will level you!
Right. So we're going to Cultist, Cassia, a whole bunch of us, and then Avalon. Cassia. I go there. Where are they? Oh, there's a leader of the cultists. Cassia. Abelard. Abelard. Lord. Right. Hendrik there. 0. Right.
I'll make it happen.
The scriptural prognosis is vague.
Damn it.
My vow is to serve.
Nice. Well done, Abelard. Well done. Leader of cultists is a psyker, apparently. Right. Let's see here. Yeah.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Let's put that on Heinrich.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
But of course, Lord Captain.
Put the iron arm on yourself, and then
Naturally.
smack that on your
Your reckoning is due.
Wonderful. And
Me. If you insist, Lord Captain.
they're funneling themselves well.
I won't stand for it.
Wait, what? Why not? What rules account? Anytime nobles. Can't I?
I don't need luck. I have strategy.
Strategy. Just hack.
Another enemy down.
Okay,
Who if not me?
Started the all melee attacks made by the additional target. Target is affected by voice of command. They immediately make it. Okay. Voice of command, Abelard.
I'll see to it personally.
Right. They were affected by. Why didn't they do it? What? Take aim.
On
That's
it.
Pascal.
Running binary override. Request approved.
Analyze that enemy.
The Undesired
Leave his existence.
The Undesired condemns you.
Heinrich, our lad.
Get me a target.
Our lad.
The throne guides my hand.
Ah. Very efficient.
I won't object to it.
Alright, Idira. Get there. Let's put
Will
a
do.
or warning on it.
I know what is to come.
Let's put this. Oh, there's the fire starting.
High momentum.
Take a bit of damage there.
At your beck and call.
Right,
Explorers know one route. Forward.
Emperor, give me strength.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. Victory is reduced to dust.
42 damage. Jesus Christ, Abelard. What the? Oh. Right.
As duty demands.
No.
Accept your lot.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. It will be done. I will do my duty.
Down I go.
Indeed.
I'll make it happen.
Victory is imminent.
It's as good as done. I'll make it happen.
Advancing. Request approved.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use.
Just the beginning. He comes, he comes, he comes! Okay. Whatever you say.
Let's see to it.
Can't see.
For the throne's glory.
We'll take 30%.
Holy terror! Smite your enemy!
Any? Oh, you can.
What an unfortunate turn.
Oh, there's still the... I keep forgetting that... Oh, yeah, that guy.
It will be done. I'd rather not. I will do my duty.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
Then I guess.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
God damn it.
I'll see to it personally. it.
As the tactical imperative dictates.
High momentum. The Emperor is on our side. But of course, old Captain.
Probably. Right now. No. Why are there two different dispensers? Right, both of these are cool.
None will stand against me.
Alright,
Let us not dawdle.
this mesh vest. Telepath.
Always keep your eye on the price.
Boost and
Is there money to be made?
before we do, good enough places any to save. Probably should have leveled up and then saved, but right. Let's get that final one. Alright, finest hour. Okay, during their any kill made, of course. Redirect the ability. Right. The target deals plus damage until end of combat. Target gains the effect of and all negative effects are immediately removed from target units until the target cannot die. We're taking Cal. Triples the enemy. Cannot move. Intimidates all enemies. Heinrichs. Have that. Abelard. You. Tanking one. Cassia. You. That. You. Right.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Coming one following Aurora morning.
Keep your wits about you.
Whatever you say, witch. Whatever you. Anarchy of the starport distress the hallowed machine spirits of the Voyager, rendering them deaf to all litany communication. The shuttle we use for these must be handled with caution. Sure. All due respect to your faith, and find a working shuttle. We'll worry about restoring the machine spirit's equilibrium once we're back on board.
Let us not dawdle.
Reasonable, but also the machine spirit is kind of like the one ticket we have out of here. Judging by the position of the soldiers walked into the sniper died before. Sniper fire. Cultists.
For the Emperor!
Show them no mercy.
Enemies spawned up there. Sharpshooter rebel. There. Rebel agitator. Sharpshooter rebel. Gunner. Sharpshooter rebel. Fair enough. Apparently not happening. What doesn't stop me from covered. Take aim.
Who if not me?
You really don't know when to quit, I think. Okay, Heinrichs, your buddy. Ooh, that was
Van Kellogg's. Focus.
That was a big hit on.
Be careful not to cross my gaze. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. If I may.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Die! Die!
Anything else? On it. Will do.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable. My vow is to serve.
Follow my lead. It will be done.
Let us see what I've found.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful.
Indeed. It will be done.
It's as good as done.
Was it you? What an unfortunate turn of fate.
I'll make it happen.
Let's see to it. I need a foothold. Naturally. I won't object to it.
That was a... Jesus, that was a big hit. Not great.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Not great. Okay. Who has the best demolition out of us? 30, 40, 40, 40, 30. Have a fair.
Experience? Nothing matters more.
Favorite game here. Sure, there's still gonna be. There's still gonna be more enemies.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer. Would have been disciplined for such a performance. An expected result.
What do we have here?
Through one of their eyes.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Take
I'm
heed,
still
rogue
new to
trader.
the art of exploring.
Over there! Who thought that was a good idea? Nothing's impossible for this old officer. An expected result.
Entire possession of cargo servitors was destroyed by gunfire. Not a single one of them attempted to flee. No. This. Bolter and a medic.
Is there money to be made?
Stop! There!
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
I always keep my options open.
Good. Good.
Let us not dawdle.
That is a plasma gun. That is a plasma gun. Wonder. Guard. Here.
Keep your wits about you.
There'll be much more. Maybe. Oh, is that the Master of Ceremonies? That's the Master of Ceremonies. Stench of fizzling and blood blankets the star. Echoes of shouts and gunfire drift over the line. Shards of plexiglass crunch underfoot. You recognize Sergeant Malgar amid the crowd who huddled next to the shuttle. He was the soldier who greeted you upon your yes. Sergeant's chest is fitted with a sturdy-looking flak vest bearing insignia customary among one of the enforcers must have given it. A group of bloodied and frightened people is wedged between Malgar's ward and shuttle. You recognize them as the governor of the planet and members of his high ranking. Their expensive attire has been torn in the fight and many bare wounds left by bayonets. Examine the people in front of the shuttle. Some of the nobles are paralyzed with fear, others have succumbed to despair. 2 corpses are lying on the ground with their arms outstretched. Black blood has pooled under one of them. The other's skull has been split open like a knot, encircled by a pink crimson halo of bone splinters and brain matter. Sergeant Malgar, I demand an immediate report. What is going on here? Our esteemed governor and his gang of cronies have been cowering behind us, and now when things get tough, they thought they could escarp her, leave us here to die. Shed our blood for him and broken our backs to provide him. And after that, all this, you think that's fair, you piece of grok shit? Stunned by the governor is loving the authority. No. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. Spits out blood and opening. Chorus of nobles. No. You've said your generations of nobles of the Geralt correct. This is your gratitude for killing a noble you deserved. Trouble. Honor. But yeah. We don't have time for this. We need to get to the shuttle now. You're acting like an executioner. You think you have such a right? Much right as they do when they act as ours. We are but common subjects of the. Do you truly wish to see them dead? Each and every one of them? Would anyone like to say anything to Sergeant Mal? Seem you intend to rise up against the very foundation of the Imperium. There is nothing left to discuss. I care nothing for these people. Just get me. Another in your position could have forgotten that Emperor protects all his subjects. Surely not you. It is your duty to help anyone you can. Your Lordship, sir, you helped us when things look grim for us. I'll do as you. Why you want to save these men? Maybe not all of them deserve death. Still thought comes from deep within. Heavy foot to shake rock. Oh boy. Aw, did they all just die anyway?
You thought you had killed Aurora. False believers. Trip. For I am Aurora. I am the Herald of Change. Behold the final dawn and die.
That.
You will beg for mercy.
That is a chaos. That is a chaos space
To the
marine.
devout shall the sacrifice be gifted.
That is a chaos space marine with a heavy bolter. Some rebels. Some rebels. Oh boy. Yeah. Oh boy. Can we take on corrupted super soldier? I don't know. Certainly try. Target marked as hated by our... Who is hated by our... Me? Oh. Oh boy. Right. Over there. Kira. You can actually get behind this cover. Wonderful. Cassia, get behind total cover. Abelard, over there. Heinrich. Over there. Cal.
On it.
Right, Adira. Not a lot.
Anything else?
Sensory deprivation. Make a save. Heated. Blinded effect. He is blinded. Does what? Minus Aurora's hatred. When being attacked, the receiver will almost take hatred against the attacker. Focus or rage. Eye of Oblivion. Okay. Charge, powerful kick, combat master. Which is negative effect. Becomes staggered instead of suffering stunned or cannot attack. It becomes slowed instead of immobilized. It suffers fallen walker. Just like a immune to falling thrown. Attack here removes all dodge penalties. Wow. Okay. A caster targeted by perils of the warp and gains an extra turn. Okay. Put that on. Not really any cover that we can get. Let's see what he does. Okay, he just... Ooh, okay. Switches over charge. Ooh, okay. 21. Straight off the bat. Right.
On it.
Abelard.
Will do.
Abelard. Right.
I'll make it happen. I'll see to it personally. I'll make it happen.
Victory is imminent.
Everyone, step aside.
I will do my duty.
I'll see to it personally.
course, Lord Captain.
But any of you somehow managed to find Lord into Calcutta and inform him? Okay. Might say farewell. Abelard.
For the throne's glory.
Word of the Emperor. Word of the second.
Let's see to it. Nothing stands against me.
A threat analysis is insurmountable. Rival prognosis. Lord. Lord.
Request approved.
Right.
The old Messiah knows all, comprehends all.
Miss. Almost.
Flesh betrays me.
Ooh, that was
Indeed.
nope. Well,
At your beck and call. It will be done. Grey hair, sure hair.
okay. Fun's over there. Oh, he's. Oh, the. He destroyed the shuttle. Destroyed the shuttle, that bastard. I guess he took enough damage. I mean, I assume that was definitely a scripted event.
Vengeance will be swift.
Oh, more rebels. Great. Oh, this is gonna be a... Oh, this is gonna be not great. Not great at all. Okay. Pascal. Please have forewarning.
There is movement in the Empyrean. Anything is? Was that way?
Taking calculated risk is my second nature. I'll make it happen. Your end was inevitable. On it.
Step aside. The navigator is coming. Navigator's might.
Naturally. Let's see to it. I'm done with this one. I won't object to it. For the throne's glory.
My frail organics required it. Activate calculated fury algorithm. Successfully terminated.
At your beck and call.
Huh.
What? You are
Jesus, that's a lot of fire. I mean, it is a heavy bolt. Not really. That's right. Oh, oh.
What is this foreboding?
Pascal already has that. Already has.
Will do. If only you knew what awaits you.
Good door.
It's as good as done.
Get it done. Okay. For another shot.
What of course.
Rebel leader done.
Isn't this a job for the clerks? Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
High momentum.
We give it to Abelard. It's a bit of a distance. I don't think Abelard makes it. Don't think Abelard makes it. God damn it. Let's see. Hold on. Archetype. Which ones did you get? Remove negative effects. And target deals more damage. Damn it. Not the correct one.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use.
There.
Let's see to it.
Shield of the Emperor.
But of course, Lord Captain.
The scriptural prognosis is faithful. Let the cycle be discontinued.
Damn it.
My vow, probability analysis, successful.
Hit.
A tactically sound approach.
Yep. As I suspected.
I will do my duty.
As I suspected.
Victory is imminent. It will be done.
How dare you!
Incredible and
They who discern the future on the battlefield. What an unfortunate turn of fate.
okay.
I always have a backup plan.
Manifesting the statistical miracle and invalidating an unfavorable tactical prognosis. Yep. Thanks. Virgin Malgar. Last one. Governor didn't have it. Party. Man,
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Argenta is gonna be like so jealous. Right, we need a heretical follower to use that. Life draining for heretical follower. All of those heretical followers.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Wonder. Trouble has been burned by its charred body.
I always keep my options open.
And nothing.
Keep your wits about you.
Alright, Lloydship's Bridge. Considerable which he directs towards the fight against enemies. When Calyx is aboard the Vomels by order of the Lord Inquisitor. In his battle against servants of the archenemy who threatened the Incarnate, Henrix is ready to sacrifice remains of his own humanity. But if he does, will he then be any different from the monsters he fights? Like, the weirdest thing about this description, right? Like, he's fighting the archenemy. Which, I mean, of course he is. He's an inquisitorial, like, agent. Like, of course he will fight the archenemy. But, like, it's like it. He's Ordo Xenos. He's not Hereticus, as far as we know. They could be just lying to us, but like as far as we know, they're Ordo Xenos. And like, shouldn't this be like a job to call for Hereticus, or at least like Malleus support? Right. Man, Argenta must really hate the fact that she missed that fight. Thanks be to the Emperor, you're alive, your lordship. We're most gratified by your return, and the crew is full of zeal to carry out any orders you may have. Before anything else, I will hear an account of what happened to the system's sun. Lord Captain, we saw a number of ships approaching the sun. Black creations of inhuman make, amalgams of sharp angles and edges. They surrounded the star, and then... My apologies, but I struggle to find words that could describe that terrible sight. The Xenos made the sun vanish into the void. Drakkar. Oh, it was Drakkari. The Abelard's expression changed as if a shadow has suddenly fallen over him. If we didn't have enough troubles on our hands already. Well, we did find a Drakkari vessel already, so... Xenos, enemies of humanity. The breed of the Eldari, the most cruel and devious of their kind. The design of their ship matches the description provided by the Walkman. Like all Xenos, the Drakkari are a blight on the face of the galaxy, but their technological superiority is indisputable. They abhor and fear warp sorcery, which is why they rely on creations of their twisted intellect. Many of those creations are capable of things that may seem akin to sorcery to the unenlightened eye. Theft of a sun is one example of what they're capable of. Are the Xenos in league with Aurora's cultists? We can't rule out that possibility. Okay, we can. The Quran would never ally themselves with the archenemy's worship. If I had to name one thing that humanity and these Xenos have in common, it would be a shared loathing for warp corruption. The situation calls for immediate action. We can continue this conversation later if you so wish, but right now, I believe you should assume command. What is the current situation on board? The navigator's sanctum is no longer empty, but the warp engine is still refusing to obey the engine series. Without it, we cannot perform a warp jump. It may be angry, or perhaps it's lamenting the injuries it has suffered. I will immediately initiate preparations for a prayer service. The Omnissiah grants me comprehension. I will appease the machine spirit of this vessel. Why did you not send a shuttle to the planet for me? I do apologize, your lordship, but we were unable to receive your request for evacuation. The Voxlink was overrun with vile interference, screams, blasphemous hymns, and other equally sinister noises. Any who listened to the interference for a protracted period lost their sanity. Several dozen operators went mad, monitoring the Voxcaster in the hopes of hearing your voice. Each one of them faded in vain. What is happening on the planet now? Our auger operators are reporting numerous uprisings and other manifestations of the Archenemy's power at various locations of the planet. Based on the fragments of communications picked up by our Vox operators, there is practically no resistance being offered by the governor's forces. Millions of people are converting to the blasphemous final dawn call in mass and assembling in prayer service. Do we have any hope of retaking the planet? I fear that Ricard Manoris is lost. The situation is deteriorating by the minute. We must leave the system as soon as possible. However, there are still people on the planet who have not succumbed to heresy and who are worthy of rescue. Besides the small number of your own shuttles, we also have the shuttles salvaged from the Dark Eyes of the Sisters, but we must save as many as we can. This has all happened for a reason. Saint Argenta, whose name I carry with reverence and trepidation, is famed for saving the people of a dying world through the power of prayer. The God Emperor himself sent a star from the heavens that lifted the saint and her followers up to the sky, away from corruption and death. We must do as she did, direct all our efforts to saving those people who at this moment look to the heavens in hope of salvation. The lives of peasants are of little value. Our prime objective is to save the Holy Relic, the miraculous fusion reactor, and the Electro priests who guard and tend to it. Every moment we spend in proximity to a dying world, we're putting ourselves at risk. Your life, Lord Captain, is far more valuable than all of Rykad Manoris. The Von Valentius dynasty cannot be allowed to perish. So lamentable though it is, we must rule out the idea of any evacuation. Like two targeting rules are resolutely fixed on it. The world is doomed, and its inhabitants along with it. The disappearance of the star was the final nudge towards death. The finale of the Cult of the Final Dawn's plan. I once witnessed a similar event. A world that had surrendered to the servants of the archenemy and permitted corruption to enter too deep. At this moment, millions of people are bowing down before those who promised them salvation, and they are willingly giving over their souls to chaos. Sacrifice great enough to bring forth the demon world. Our only hope of stopping this process is to retreat to a safe distance from the planet and conduct a targeted bombing of the Electro Priest Monastery. If we blow up the reactor, a thermonuclear reaction will follow. The world's oxygen will evaporate, killing off the entire biosphere. In doing this, we will save millions of souls from a fate far worse than death, and we will save Rykad Minoris from becoming an outpost of the archenemy. Whatever fate you choose for this world, I urge you to make haste, Lord Captain. The planet is burning in raging flashes of crimson and purple. I can see it even from orbit, as do I see that the storm is already upon us. With every moment that we waste, it grows ever more difficult and perilous to steer the ship through the warp's turbulent currents. I'm with the lady on this. Enough talking. We need to get out of here while we still can. Right. Something lurking in the depths of your consciousness bristles at the passing thought of saving people. The spike of horror you feel takes your breath away. It's as if you are planning to steal the prey of a mighty predator. The planet is already wrapped in a thread stretching from the warp. It deserves to have to be matched. Why can we not evacuate at least some of the people? For the simple reason that the transformation process will soon become irreversible and our sole weapon against it useless. The energy released by the bombardment could stoke the warp engine. I have never witnessed the aftermath of bombing a demon world before. There is enough evidence of such attempts for me to say with confidence that I do not want to see. Which of the planet's inhabitants can we evacuate? Ah, shit. I didn't mean to press 2 there. Not. Right. We're going back. I did not want to press 2 there. For the Terminatus, unless it's like absolutely has to be done for the only option. I mean, there is the one of where we don't waste. Damn it, Sergeant. Why did he have to? I understand it, but he could have kept that. Right. Which of the planet's inhabitants can we evacuate? Nobles you rescued at the starport have given the coordinates of shelters where we can find surviving aristocrats and their families. As for Sergeant Mager's troops, it will help control the crowds of frightened commoners and prevent the shuttles from being overloaded. Thanks to you, we have salvaged many shuttles. Oh! Hmm. We will have the pilots distract all the commoners who have not yet converted to the cult of the Final Dawn. I would like to save the miraculous fusion reactor. Like, I absolutely would love to. But I just don't think that it is this character. By loading and transporting to the ship will cost us do not deceive. If you indulge your vanity, you will doom billions to eternal turn at the hands. I must do as I see fit. Perhaps I'm acting foolishly in the Inquisition's eyes, but that is my decision to make. Anger, bitterness, whatever it may be, it does not seep into the interrogator's dispatch. In that case, consider it necessary to point out that the mark of the arch. Keep that in mind for the future. Miraculous fusion reactor must be saved. Consider it done. This will bring us to the limit of our quest. We have no more shuffles. Alright. So we did manage to get the miraculous fusion reactor, and we got the people. Bridge is in upheaval. Technomat's prayers mixed together in a senseless cacophony while servitors work hastily to remove a hardened crust of sacred unguent from the warbench's component. In the middle of all this tumult stands Pascal with the data slate clutched in his hand, seemingly disconnected from the flurry of activity around him. What is going on here? The warp sextant is not responding to commands. The ship's spirit is rejecting our prayers in anger. Currently calculating a plea that might let a priest and a Magus, why don't you assume control of the Technomat? Surely their contribution will speed things up. Crew, heed the words of Magus Hanneman. Pascal, I kindly request that you take charge of this matter. Thank you, your lordship. You're right. When he heed my instruction. The mayhem immediately subsides and the crew's actions fall into some indiscernible logic. The Omnissiah servants start working in sync. Van Herrick clamor becomes a symphony of reports, and Magus coordinates like a skillful conductor. Admirably done, Pascal. The Omnissiah guides. Prayers of the Tectri surrounding the almost drown out the sounds of the bustling bridge behind you. Pascal poring intently over. Please take your place at the cogitator. First, explain what we're doing. I studied the data and discovered a machine node that was damaged as a result of the heretic sabotage. The functioning of the warp sextant was tampered with, and the ship's spirit, aggrieved by this violation of the right of operation, is now rejecting its calculations. I sought a way to rectify this error and concluded it's necessary to do so. Okay. The cogitator system of this temple of the Omnissiah is subordinate to the shell whose repository serves the machine we see before it. The machine created from your predecessor, and one that uses the biological signatures of dynastic blood in its computation. The spirit should recognize the ship's master and submit to his will. It should. Oh, no time like the present. The huge machine in front of you is lit with dozens of vitrines and hundreds of lumens. Blinking lights and endless rush of symbols and digits on a green background make your eyes flutter. An vague sense of alarm simmers in the depth of your mind. The typical reaction of a layperson confronted with the magnitude of the Omnissiah's creation. Among the numerous controls, you see the mouth of a hybrid gargoyle, the same as at the gate of the Florence Chamber. Pascal's void becomes imbued with imperious force. Servants of the machine god, heed my command. Acolytes, prepare the incense instrumentation for the liturgy of machine spirit propitiation. Senior technomats, recite the prayer to generate a current data report. Operations will be marked with campanological protocol. Omnissiah, rejoice. I must inform you that for the purposes of safety, complete reassembly of the warp sextant and updating its data smith buzzings are required. If this is not done, then at launch, the volume of aggregate calculation errors could result in the destruction of the data crypt. But as we do not have 100 hours at our disposal, we must omit this procedure. Minor deviation from the right of operation for the sake of appeasing the spirit. What must I do? Place your hand inside the throat of the cogitator guardian, cyber gargoyle, which has been assigned to guard the forbidden data crypt. Dynastic blood extracted from your veins will serve as the key to the data core where the machine spirit dwells. To it, we will offer our prayers so that... Right. Yep. We will place our hand in the cyber gargoyle's mouth. What does it all mean? Thunder his bronze skeleton is built into cogitator shudders. With a screech, its skull rotates towards you and then stops in that position. Benevolent code, a voice receptor. I hypothesize that the defect is located in the analyzer block. I register a reaction to the signal, but no processing temporary override is permissible. The shell was created on a forge world unknown to me, initiating standard invocation of the machine. Pascal leans over the adjacent instrument panel and sets his hand to it. At the same time, a quiet stream of machine guns pouring forth. What should I do now? Lord Captain, I now ask you to address the machine spirit. Speak to follow it by my authority. Reach out and touch the keys on them. Right. By my authority, I revoke the inviolability protocol of the warp engine. Ugh. One of the cogitators which turns red. Pascal sees this, raises his hand, signaling, then withdraws the connector from it. Servants make now the offering and cleanse data crypt to the machine spirit that it may be filled with their true and calibrated data. May the Omnissiah have mercy on our souls. In meek solemnity, the acolytes offer up the cleansed data crypt to the warp engine one after another, repeating prayers of exaltation. After anointing the contacts with sacred engine, Pascal inserts them into cogitator's slot. Your head begins to spin from the holy sense of foul-smelling clouds of smoke, and from the loss of blood that the cyber gargoyle continues to drink from you. The world swims before your eyes. Let this mechanism awaken in renewed purity. Pascal enters the sequence of commands and raises his head, watching the. Suddenly his thought. No. His fingers fly over the command runes, entering command after command. His mechanandroid clicking their pincers, pull at one lever. Whitscreen's full of strings is simple, completely incomprehensible to you, but clearly conveying something to the Magus. Is everything alright, Magus? After a few seconds, one of the data crypts mounted on a cogitator begins to emit sparks. A moment later, another data crypt bursts into prayers. Someone bursts into frantic pleading. The mass of errors in the warp sexton's calculations is destroying the data repositories. The offering did not appease the ship's spirit. The warp engine cannot be filled with motive force, or trapped. Perhaps an alternative Horizon protocol, or an emergency launch of the auxiliary control. While the other wit screens are filled with more and more strings of symbols, the monitor in front of you blinks in. That's nice. Repeat the information on the wit screen. Input. Macron. Yeah. OS stab true. OS stab false. Add an name. Perturb. Disturb. Worry. Like a tournament. A moment, if you will. Lord Captain, I sorted transmissions from the data core, most likely residual cognitive functions of the built-in servitors. Shield us from the machine gun. Machine spirit, can you hear me? Agitator creaks quietly in his joint, a sound that is drawn out by the been hammering. Rest. Rescue. Yes, machine spirit, rescue us. Pascal goes unset as he sees the windscreen begin to stabilize. Strings fervently galloping across the green background are replaced with stable images or regularly updating status reports, while in one monitor remains inexplicably red. Crackles in shock. His clip is just warp sexton activated. Data stream stabilized. 0 data errors found. Warp engine is ready for translation. I'm also reporting evidence indicating Category 3 miracle fulfilling the criterion. Thou shalt witness the mechanism that falls in glorification of its function and in defiance of deactivation. Lord Captain, Ravor here. Crew are almost finished carrying out the orders given earlier, and I've received confirmation from the engineering hall. I don't know what you did, but the warp engine's up and raring to go. We're ready to begin the translation to warp, Your Lordship. What just happened? I hypothesize that the ship's spirit heard our prayers and intervened. It summoned the power of the Omnissiah to do something beyond my comprehension. It appears the Omnissiah perceives and knows the power of your faith, Pascal. He would not have worked this miracle otherwise. I hope he will grant me a revelation that will allow me to comprehend the nature of this miracle. Wonder and undercurrent of exaltation. I know little of the Omnissiah's secrets, but what I saw on the screen looked strange. A non-standard output of information lost in the data core. Servitors used as data conduits are not always fully lobotomized. Fragments of their thoughts can appear even in pure code. Lord Captain speaking. I give the order to commence translation to warp. Waiting for you to ascend the captain's throne, Lord Captain. May the Emperor preserve us. Oh boy. Oh, that looks. Oh, that. Yep. I think. Oh, that's the planet, isn't it? That's not good. That's not good. Maybe an understatement of the moment, though. Armor press windows.
The Von Valancia's flagship made its way out of the doomed star system. As the void shift plunged deeper into the Corona's expanse, the rogue trader's subjects bid a formal farewell to the late head of the dynasty, Theodora von Valancius. Having paid their last respects, the crew gathered their strength and braced themselves for whatever was to come next.
Lord Captain, allow me to report. Our journey through the warp is coming to an end. Lady Navigator Orselio informs me that we have reached the point where we can translate to real space in the Furibundus system. The Lady Navigator and her pilots are awaiting your permission to begin the process. The Furibundus system is home to Footfall, the only Imperium outpost with Suncturing Wharf in the Corona system. Deck priests are begging you to have mercy on the machines torn down by the warp and to allow the servants of the Omnissiah to inspect and heal the void ship wounds in the dock. Prayers and rituals will take some time, which our astropathic choir will use to establish a connection with the prime worlds of your protectorate, Dargonus, Janus, and Kievagam. Master Zachary Weish has recovered an invitation previously adrift in the Immaterium. Liege of Footfall has humbly requested an audience with the rogue trader of Valencia's time. According to Master Zachary, the message was tinted with shades of pleading. I quote, apparently the Liege is anxious to meet as soon as possible. Footfall, the place where filth and sanctity go hand in hand. Reverend Hieronymus Doloroso will most likely expect a visit from you. Imagine he will be interested in talking to you as well. I will be leaving your void ship when we arrive on Footfall. Once that is done, consider the Lord Inquisitor's task complete. Lordship, young Yvain Winterscale has asked me to convey his gratitude for your hospitality and for saving him from certain death. Not wishing to outstay his welcome, he plans to disembark at Footfall. Lord Yvain swears he will not forget his debt. I hereby inform the rogue trader that during a comprehensive system inspection rite, this unit discovered data clusters within the captain's cogitator that are concealed from prying eyes by means of a personal cipher and a sacrament of algorithmic authorization. Unit Alessus Von Valancius has been added to the access list and assigned the identifier Keeper 2. The unit can access data from the captain's cogitator provided that he possesses the decryption code. Simply curiosity. Voice? Are you leaving us, Heinrichs? The arrangement between Lord Inquisitor and your predecessor was that I be transported to Footfall and no further. I dare not take advantage of your generosity and patience any more than I already have. I hope we meet again. True servants of the Emperor are always welcome, Lord. Serious look and a polite smile. An interrogator of the Inquisition seldom gets to hear such words. Thank you for your hospitality. Not forget it. Argenta, who is this Reverend Hieronymus who wants to talk? He is the head of the Drusian mission on football and one of the most prominent clergymen in the sector. Paying him a visit is a good thing for any loyal servant of the Emperor to do. I assisted his mission before I joined Lady Theodora on her voyage. Need his blessing to accompany the new rogue trader of the Von Valentius dynasty. Wish to have me aboard your void ship? I request that we meet with Reverend Hieronymus. Vigdis, tell me about the system we're arriving at. Furibundus is valuable due to its close proximity to the Maw, the gateway to the Imperium. The system is most known for football, main base for merchants, privateers, and rogue traders traversing the Corona's expanse. Additionally, the star itself is orbited by an Adeptus Mechanica station, which is off limits to outsiders. Altar Templum Calixis X 17. I had the honor of tending to this shrine for a few thousand cycles. I suggest you abstain from visiting it, as most tech comrades at the station are engaged in meditative calculations that should not be interrupted. What do I need to know about football? It is the largest port and the trading capital of the Corona's expanse. It has a dockyard that will allow us to inspect and repair the void ship, and it boasts its own astropathic choir, Corona's expanse communications nexus. Not to mention pirate hideouts, smuggler caches, and forts belonging to a dozen gangs, groups, and factions. In the Corona's expanse, the Imperium relies on this as its outpost. The fringes of humanity's domain rarely resemble its central worlds, but so long as football serves the God Emperor, as far as it can, it will be considered a citadel of the Imperium. Though I have heard that the tithes it sends are underwhelming, to say the least. Due to footfall's remoteness, it has developed its own rules and customs. Many of the goods that can be procured there would be considered heresy in the heart of the Imperium, and often warrant summary execution. Moreover, footfall is the domain of the rogue traders, who transcend certain imperial laws by the virtue of the warrant they bear. Footfall is just a brief stop. What next? As soon as we solve the issues plaguing the ship and establish contact with the key worlds of your protectorate, the time will come for your Magnae Accessio, the official ceremony of donning the mantle of the rogue trader. It is mostly a formality at this point. You already possess all the privileges granted by the warrant. And yet it is a major milestone in your personal history, the moment your name graces the list of heads of the Von Valentius dynasty. We're all looking forward to that day, Lord Captain. Abelard, do you know anything about the Liege of Football? Dame Tokara is a very peculiar young man. Consider your upcoming conversation a baptism of fire in football's political arena. Such things are not spoken out loud, but Liege Tokara is the appointee of the Caspalica Mission, largest robber baron crime syndicate in the Calixus sector. They specialize in the gold trade, buying and selling of all kinds of xenos rubbish. Footfall was previously run by a liege who did business with several criminal factions at once, but he suffered an accident. The reins of power were picked up by Dame Tokara, whose appointment benefits not only the Caspalica, but also their most powerful ally in the Corona's expanse, the rogue trader Calidus Winterscale. Vladeum is a slippery yet very cautious fellow. He does not usually beat around the bush and does not play mind games. Perhaps more importantly, he's no fool. Fools do not rise this high in the Caspalican hierarchy. Keep all this in mind. You're a rogue trader. You stand above him in status and wield considerable power. Having said that, history has seen cases where the Caspalican barons crossed swords with rogue traders and emerged victorious. Do not forget that. Remain vigilant. Caspalica. Vile. Tech thief. Gal's walk sparks out the last word like vanity. Right. Why does the Liege want to see me so badly? Not you, personally. He wished to meet with rogue trader of the Von Valentius dynasty. Kara does not know about Lady Theodora's death and is simply seeking an audience with the powers that be. My gut is telling me that something must be very wrong on Football if our astropath managed to read such strong emotion in such an anodyne message. We have no information, Lord Captain. The broadcast from football aristocratic core was the only missive Master Secretary has received. Right. Tell the Lady Navigator I give her leave to make the translation from warp into real space. Oof, that has been a lot of reading. Victus begins issuing instructions. The massive ship appears to change with her every word. The bridge is set in motion as hundreds of people start to prepare for the shift to real space, and measured chanting fills the corridors to safeguard the vessel and its crew. Victus turns to you again. One more thing, Lord Captain. No one at the station knows about Lady Theodora's demise and you inheriting the title. Liege Akara will be informed, required, so we can talk, and besides, he's expecting a personal audience from the road trader. Will not meet with an unknown person of unclear standing. However, there is still the matter of announcing your arrival. You can either arrive on the station with proper pomp and ceremony, or choose to visit it incognito. Tell me in detail how these choices will benefit me. According to Footfall's unwritten laws, rogue traders enjoy special privileges that exceed even the power of the Liege. However, they may choose not to exercise those privileges in certain situations. Arriving incognito will give you more room for maneuver. One official visit will allow you to directly intervene in local affairs. I shall explain if you do not mind. According to the unwritten rule, every rogue trader arriving at the station has the right to veto any of the Liege's decisions. But there is a catch. The Coronis Expanse is home to several influential rogue trader dynasties, and Footfall is where their interests affect. Of course, that does not prevent certain persons, namely Caligal's Winterscale, from subtly pulling the strings in Footfall. If you, as a new rogue trader, start your career with an official landing and a parade in your honor, the other dynasties may see this gesture as the newcomer challenging their spheres of influence. I do not see that as a bad thing, necessarily. Old Man Winterscale may take slight offense. Churda will be put on her guard. But you have just risen to prominence, and most people in the Corona's Expanse have not even heard about Lady Theodora's departure. It must be made clear that the banner of Von Valencius soars as high as ever. If I may, I would recommend arriving incognito. You will have plenty of opportunities to savor the sweetness and the burden of power, but right now is the last time you can take refuge in obscurity. This way, your arrival will not draw much attention, and the people will treat you as a person, and not the almighty sovereign anointed by the Emperor. It could turn some situations to your advantage. I have decided. Tell the Liege I will arrive incognito. It will be done, Lord Captain. With your gracious permission, I will return to my duties. Oh boy. That is where we're going to end this stream, as we have completed chapter 1, and we have arrived at Footfall, a den of wretched scum and villainy, as some would put it. It's been quite a journey so far, and I definitely look forward to what we have still in front of us. But with that, as I always say, good day, good morning, good night, good evening, good afternoon, whatever happens to be the time of day. I hope you enjoyed watching. Hopefully you'll be here for the next one. And have a good one.